We got a really nice set natural colored bucks out here. Just two really high quality rams. We're gonna go ahead and use the ram out here. It's just a little bit stouter in terms of his bone work at the ground. This buck gets out and moves with a little bit more flexibility as I analyze him off them rear wheels. One that's super opened up in terms of his loin. He's got bold center to the middle portion of his body. I think a really nice place to start. The buck here in 2 is one I really do appreciate for the extension up front. One that is super long-sided, definitely level down his top. I'd like to stouten this guy up in terms of his bone work a little bit. Maybe when he gets out in motion, he gets a little restricted as you analyze him off them rear wheels. Maybe he's getting a little bit of extra set for me today, but 2 really high-quality natural colored rams out here to start the show.
Places in Class 1 Senior Division Natural Colored Rams. First in the class went to Cassidy Shakel. Second to Dylan Craig. That Cassidy Shakels is also your champion senior yearling ram. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 2 Junior Natural Colored Rams into the show ring, single entry. And so beginning those champion senior and reserve champion senior rams, natural color rams back to the makeup area for the selection of your champion natural colored ram, please. Also, first call, Class 3 natural colored ewes to the makeup area, please. First call, Class 3 natural colored ewes to the makeup area, please.
Just a single entry here in the natural colored spring ram lamb class. One that's got a ton of grow to him. I do appreciate the design that this one comes with. He's got a good boldness as you analyze him through the center portion of his body. Sits down on a good set of feet and legs. A really unique individual in this class.
Congratulations to Dylan Craig on your champion junior natural colored ram. We are now ready to show for the selection of your overall champion natural colored ram. This is second call, Class 3. Second call, Class 3. Natural colored ewes to the makeup area, please. Second call, Class 3. Natural colored ewes to the makeup area, please.
We get out here for the champion ram lineup in the natural colors. A pretty easy decision in my mind. There's 2 bucks out here that just offer some more unique breeding pieces, in my opinion. I think ones that are going to go on and produce a lot of high quality natural colors down the road. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Placings on Class 2, Monadale Yearling Ewes, first place, and congratulations to J.W. Sims Reisner. Second place, also to J.W. Sims Reisner. Also, if you're following along on the Showman app, we will be selecting junior and senior champions through the day. We're going to be noticing those, and we will be selecting those most generally after the fall yearling class.
Results of your champion natural colored rams in ring 2. Your champion natural color ram comes from the senior division, exhibited by Cassidy Shakel. Your reserve champion also is your senior reserve natural color ram, exhibited by Dylan Craig. Congratulations. We are now showing Class 3 natural colored ewes in the makeup area.
really impressive natural colored yearling ewe class out here. I think all these ewes are very high quality in their own right. The one we're going to go ahead out here and start with, I think, is the most fault-free in terms of my opinion. One that when you really set her into motion, she shows off her flexibility as you analyze her on them hind wheels. One that's super cool, made from the side. I really love her balance and just checks a lot of boxes for me today. The ewe I really love on the standstill is the one here in 2, one that is super extended as you analyze her through that front 1/3, one that's super long body and level down her top. Just when I set this one in motion, she wants to drop that front end. She gets a little restricted as you analyze her off them hind wheels. Maybe just isn't quite as square as you analyze her from them hips back to the dock setters, our class winner, but 2 really high quality ewes. We got a Brood ewe Deluxe here, ewe in 3rd. One, I just love the massive rib shape and the depth of body that this one comes with. I think you get her put on the right ram in the future, she could produce a lot of high-quality babies in the future. One that's just carrying a little extra condition for me today. One that's getting super plain and super chesty in terms of her front end extension for me today. But those are 3 really nice ewes. We get here to a ewe in 4th, one that comes to us in a little bit shorter fleece, one that I do appreciate the levelness that this one comes with in terms of her lines. Maybe just need to push that bottom jaw back a little bit for me today. Need to make this one a little bit more flexible when we send her into motion and loosen her in terms of her spine. We get to a ewe down here, one that is just super pretty from the side, one that just isn't quite enough sheep there to compete with the ones above them, one that I like to stouten up in terms of her bone work at the ground, but a really nice class of natural colored yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Placings from Class 3. Senior natural colored ewes. First in the class went to Emily Mills. Second to Dylan Craig. Third also went to Dylan Craig. Fourth shown by Harper Amos. Fifth to Cassidy Shakel. And sixth to Laney Mendenhall. We're now ready for Class 4. Senior natural colored ewes into the show ring. Be keeping those first and second place. Senior natural colored ewes from Class 3 back to the holding area for the selection of your champion senior natural colored ewe at the conclusion of Class 4, please. Need Class 5 junior natural colored ewes to the makeup area, please. First call, Class 5 junior natural colored ewes to the makeup area, please.
There's a nice class of fall ewe lambs out here. There's a few things I like to change about each specific one out here. I think the one that puts the most pieces together for me in terms of length, design, and just balance from the side is the one we're going to go ahead and start with. One that's super long from the side, not in a super long fleece. Kind of what you see is what you get. I like to change this ewe when you set her into motion and maybe get her a little bit more flexible off them hind legs. But I think this is the one that checks the most boxes for me today. Ewe here in 2 is one that's super elegant. You analyze her through the front 1/3. One that does have some rib shape, dimension, and it does have some depth of flank. I need to square this one up as I analyze her from her hips back to her dock set, but a really nice place to sit here in 2. The ewe in here in 3 is one that I do appreciate the levelness that this one comes with. One that's definitely carrying a little bit more fleece for me today. Maybe this isn't quite as three-dimensional as the analyzer compared to the 3 above them. One that gets a little bit plainer in terms of her front end and just shortens up from flank to flank for me today, but a really nice class, natural colored fall ewe lambs.
Thank you to our judge, Austin Brockman. In Class 4, placings. First in the class went to Harper Amos. Second to Dylan Craig. Third to Emily Mills. We are now ready for the selection of your champion senior natural colored ewe here in Ring 2. Need those first and second place ewes from Class 3 of Emily Mills and Dylan Craig. The first and second place ewes of Harper Amos and Dylan Craig from Class 4. Last call, Class 5, natural colored ewes to the makeup area, please.
Here in Senior Champion Drive, I think there's 2 females out of one specific class that just hit me pretty hard. That class was super deep, and I really love the quality and the pieces that these females are offering the natural color breed. Your 2 yearling ewes will be your senior and reserve senior champion.
Your champion senior natural colored ewe exhibited out of Class 3 by Emily Mills. Reserve is shown out of Class 3 by Dylan Craig. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 5. Class 5, junior natural colored ewes into the show ring, please. After Class 5, we will be showing for your champion overall natural colored ewes, so we need those first champion and reserve champion seniors into the holding area, please, to get ready. Thank you.
start here in the spring ULAM class. One that I think commands your attention as she walks out here. One that is just the most level in terms of her line. One that handles long as you analyze her from that 13th rib back. Sits down on a nice set of feet and legs and is very stout at the ground. ULAM in two, one that's definitely less mature than our class winner, but really cool in terms of her design. One I do appreciate the rib shape and the stoutness that this one comes with. Overall, she just shortens up from flank to flank for me today. I think this U might have a bright future if she's significantly younger than these other ones, and just give her some time to grow out. But they're really nice two U's out there at the top of the class. We get to a very long, extended U here in third. I do appreciate that about her. One that just doesn't quite have enough rib shape or depth of flank for me today. One that does get a little bit tighter in terms of movement as you analyze her into her spine and her hind leg. I think this one's going to be a big yearling U down the road. Just needs some more time on feed to develop.
Places in Class 4, or excuse me, Class 5, junior natural colored U's. First in the class went to Kaylee Halloran. Second to Nash Arthur. Third, Delaney Mendenhall. Kaylee is also our champion junior natural colored U. Nash is our reserve. We are now ready to pick your champion overall natural colored U here in ring 2. Beginning those Class 6 natural colored Romney Rams to the makeup area, please. Class 6, 7, 8, and 9 natural colored Romney Rams to the makeup area, please. We are now selecting your champion overall natural colored U here in ring 2.
Here in Champion Drive for the natural colors, four really impressive U's, ones that are super cool in terms of their lines, one that got some dimension and some rib shape and some depth of body. They all sit down on the ground on a good set of feet and legs and are very stout. As we get out here analyzing which ones offer the most unique pieces, it's a pretty easy decision in my book. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Your overall champion natural colored U's come from the senior division. Your champion exhibited by Emily Mills out of Class 3. Your reserve champion natural colored U comes from Class 3, also exhibited by Dylan Craig. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 6 natural colored Romney Rams single entry in the show ring. Beginning those Class 7, 8, and 9 natural colored Romney Rams to the makeup area, please.
Just a single entry as we start the natural colored Romneys out here. Young man brings us one that's super long bodied as you analyze him from that 13th rib back. One that comes with a lot of power and dimension. Maybe one that's getting a little bit more mature and a little bit more opened up in terms of his shoulder and his front end. One that just needs to be a little smoother as you analyze him over his top. But I need to knock that bottom jaw back a little bit for me today. But a really nice single entry.
Congratulations to Kenneth Briggs on your Class 6 senior natural colored Romney Ram. We need Deacon Shanks for Class 7 single entry natural colored Romney Ram into the show ring, please. At the conclusion of Class 7, we will pick your champion senior natural colored Romney Ram. Beginning those Class 8 and 9 junior natural colored Romney Rams to the makeup area, please. Need Classes 8 and 9 natural colored Romney Rams to the makeup area, please.
Again, we just got a single entry here in the Romney class. These young men bring out a buck here that's super level in terms of his top. One, I do appreciate the rib shape and the dimension, the depth that this one comes with. Comes out here and sets down on a really stout set of feet and legs. I think if we peel a little bit of fleece off this guy and made him a little bit more extended and trimmer, I think he would look a little bit nicer out here. But a really complete individual that just has a lot of dimension.
Congratulations to Deacon Sparks on your class-winning Class 7 Senior Natural Color Romney Ram. We are now ready to show for your Senior Natural Color Romney Ram. We need the class winner from Kenneth Briggs from Class 6. And from Class 7, we need Deacon Shanks. Be getting those Class 8 and Class 9 Junior Natural Colored Romney Rams to the makeup area, please. Class 8, Class 9, Junior Colored, Natural Colored Romney Rams to the makeup area and ring 2, please.
Just two rams out here for the senior champion drive. I think there's one that just offers a few more unique breeding pieces in terms of length, extension, ones that could go out and produce a little higher quality lambs in the future. That's taking nothing away from the other one out here. That's super correct in terms of his lines. Just shortens up a little bit from flank to flank for me today. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion in reserve.
Your champion senior natural colored Romney Ram comes from Class 6, exhibited by Kenneth Briggs. Your reserve out of Class 7, exhibited by Deacon Shanks. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 8 junior natural color Romney Ram single entry into the show ring. Beginning at Class 9 junior natural color Romney Ram to the makeup area, please. Thank you.
Just a single entry here. A young man brings us a really high quality one that's got a lot of dimension as you analyze him down his top line. I really love the width that this one comes with from his hip back into that dock set is just super square. One that's super stout at the ground, and I love his underline balance as he proportions from his chest floor into his flank. A really high quality individual for the young man.
First in the class in Class 8, junior natural color Romney Rams, exhibited by George Fry. Here in ring 2, congratulations. We are now ready for Class 9, single entry natural color Romney Ram. Be bringing that Class 8 single entry back to the holding area to get ready for the selection of your champion junior natural color Romney Ram here in Ring 2. This is the first call, Class 10. Natural color Romney Ewes. First call, Class 10. Natural color Romney Ewes in Ring 2. Please.
Again, just another single entry. One that's super impressive as you analyze the front 1/3 of this one, the way he's extended up there. He sits that neck at the right point of the top side of his shoulder. One that I do appreciate, the boldness of rib. Maybe he's just not cooperating quite as nicely out here today when he gets out in motion, but maybe just gets a little bit too tight in his spine. But I think a really unique individual that's got a lot of good ahead of him for this young man.
Congratulations to Kingston Rinker, first in your Class 9 natural color Romney Ram. We're now ready to pick for your champion junior natural color Romney Ram here in Ring 2. At the conclusion of this, we need the senior natural color Romney Rams back into the holding area for the selection of your champion overall natural colored Romney Rams at the conclusion of this selection of your junior champion, please.
Pretty easy decision for me as we get out here in the junior champion drive. One that just handles with so much more length as you analyze them from flank to flank. One that's just truly impressive as you analyze the width that this one comes with through his loin and the squareness he comes out through his dock set. I'll go out and select your junior champion.
Congratulations to George Fry on your champion junior natural color Romney Ram. Your reserve exhibited by Kingston Rinker. Congratulations. We are now ready for the selection of your champion overall natural color Romney Rams here in Ring 2. From the senior division, need your champion yearling exhibited by Kenneth Briggs. The reserve by Deacon Shanks. From the junior yearling division, need your champion exhibited by George Fry. The reserve by Kingston Rinker. This is second call, Class 10, natural color Romney Ewes to the makeup area in Ring 2, please. Also, first call for Class 11, 12, and 13, natural color Romney Ewes to the makeup area. First call, Class 11, 12, and 13, natural color Romney Ewes to the makeup area, please.
4 high-quality Rams out here for the Romney Natural Color Drive. I think it's a pretty easy decision in my book. I'll talk them again. One that's just super dimensional and super long. I think both of these bucks over here are really long as you analyze them in the hind saddle. I think one just comes with a little bit more squareness and straightness as you analyze them down his top line. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Your champion natural colored Romney Ram come from the junior division exhibited by George Fry. Your reserve overall natural colored Romney Ram comes from the senior division exhibited by Kenneth Briggs. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 10 natural color Romney Ewes into the show ring. Need those Class 11 natural colored ewes on deck. Second call for Class 12 and 13 natural colored Romneys to the makeup area, please.
Definitely not the biggest statured ewe out here at the top point of her shoulder, but one that's just truly unique. As you analyze this one, the front 1/3, she is the cleanest in terms of her chest floor. I just love the way that neck comes out the top side of her shoulder. Super elegant, super feminine out here. One that balances the best proportionally from the side in terms of chest floor to flank. Really easy place to start. We got a bigger statured ewe here in 2, one that comes with a lot of width and dimension. I do appreciate the rib shape of this one. One that's getting a little bit plainer in terms of her front, just isn't quite as extended as our class winner. One that's getting a little bit rounder out of her hip into her hind leg. One I like to see handle with a little bit more flexibility as you set this one in motion. We round out the class with one that is definitely super long-bodied as you analyze her in that hind saddle. One that I do appreciate the levelness this one has in our lines. She's just getting a little bit plainer in terms of her front end, getting a little chestier for me today. I'd like to see her handle them rear wheels a little more confident as you set this one in motion, but a really nice class yearling ewes.
Placings from Class 10 Senior Natural Color Romney ewes. First in the class goes to Kingston Rinker. Second, shown by Elizabeth Briggs. And third went to Kenneth Briggs. We are now ready to show Class 11 Senior Natural Color Romney ewes in the show ring. Single entry. Be bringing those first and second place ewes from Class 10 back to the holding area for the selection of your senior champion natural color Romney ewe. This is the last call for classes 12 and 13 junior natural color Romney ewes to the makeup area, please. Last call, class 12 and 13 junior natural color Romney ewes to the makeup area, please.
Just a single entry here in the fall ULAM class. Young man brings this one out here that does have a lot of length as you analyze this one from the side. One I think gets out and moves with a lot of flexibility. I think a high quality individual that could stand some more competition.
Congratulations to Kingston Rinker, first in class 11 with your senior natural color Romney ewe. We are now ready for the selection of your senior natural color Romney ewe. Need the first place of Kingston Rinker and the second place of Elizabeth Briggs from Class 10. From Class 11, we need the first place ewe of Kingston Rinker, please. This is the selection of your champion senior natural color Romney ewe here in Ring 2.
Just 3 out here for the senior champion drive. I think there's one that just excels in terms of my opinion, laying that shoulder in so neatly and that front end extension. One that's definitely not the biggest statured out here. I just think there's so many unique pieces about this female that you can go out and breed forward. That's taking nothing away from the other females. They got plenty of rib and dimension. Just one that I think excels in certain areas and checks a few more boxes for me today.
Congratulations to Kingston Rinker out of Class 10 with your champion senior yearling. Your reserve senior champion yearling ewe comes from Class 11. exhibited by Kingston Rinker. Congratulations. We are now ready to show junior natural color Romney U's here in ring 2. This is class 12, single entry. Begin at class 13, single entry natural color Romney U to the makeup area, please.
Young man brings us a really feminine, younger ewe lamb out here. One that I love, the dimension that this one comes with. She's super level down her top. I really like analyzing this one in terms of her feet and legs. She sets them down on all 4 corners. I think this ewe is going to make a really nice yearling ewe down the road for this young man. Congratulations.
Congratulations to George Fry on your first place class 12 junior natural color Romney U. We are now ready to show class 13, single entry junior natural colored Romney U in the show ring. Beginning the champion and reserve champion senior yearlings from class 10 and class 11 back to the makeup area. And we'll need that single entry first place class, we'll need those back for the selection of your overall champion natural colored Romney U. Also need that class 12 to stay around in the holding area for a selection of your junior natural color Romney U.
Again, we just have a single entry, one that really commands your attention as soon as she steps foot into the ring. Really an elegant female that's super feminine as you analyze her in the front 1/3. One that does progressively get wider as you analyze her back. She's got a ton of rib shape. She sets down on a really nice set of feet and legs. A unique individual out here in this class.
Congratulations to Betsy Fry, first place on your Class 13 Junior Natural Colored Romney U's. We now need Class 12 George Fry, Class 13 Betsy Fry back into the show ring for the selection of your Junior Natural Colored Romney U. Beginning at champion senior yearling and reserve champion senior yearling Romney U's to the makeup area, ready for the selection of your overall natural colored Romney U, please. This is first call, class 14. Romney Rams to the makeup area, please. First call, class 14. Romney Rams to the makeup area, please.
Just 2 out here for the junior champion drive. A pretty easy decision in my mind. One that just has some unique qualities is out here in the show ring. One that just comes with a lot of dimensions, just super level in terms of her lines. One that I think is going to grow out to be a really impressive yearling. I'll go out and shake the hand of your junior champion.
Your champion junior natural color Romney U comes from class 13, exhibited by Betsy Fry. Congratulations. Your reserve champion comes from class 12, exhibited by George Fry. Congratulations. We are now ready for the selection of your overall champion natural color Romney U in the show ring here in ring 2. This is that second call for class 14, Romney Rams to the makeup area, please.
here in the natural colored Romney Drive. We got two pretty elite females, I think. Here on the on the front side for me, I think it does become a little bit difficult of a decision. We got a yearling ewe out here that's just super elegant, super feminine. One, I do appreciate the length of body of this one. Just a lot of unique breeding pieces she can offer. And the young lady brings us a really fancy ewe lamb back here, one that's a little bit more dimensional as you analyze her through the center portion of her body, one that's very stout in terms of the ground, one that's definitely square as you analyze her from that hip back. I think it comes down to a pretty difficult decision in my mind, but I'm going to go reevaluate these and pick your champion, natural colored Romney ewe.
Your champion, natural color Romney ewe, comes from your junior division, exhibited by Betsy Fry. Congratulations. Your reserve champion, natural color Romney ewe, is your champion senior yearling, exhibited by Kingston Rinker. Congratulations to both exhibitors. We are now ready for Class 14. Class 14, Romney Rams in the show ring here in Ring 2. Beginning those Class 15 and 16, Romney Rams to the makeup area, please. Need those Class 15 and 16, Romney Rams to the makeup area, please. There's two entries in this class. Here in Ring 2, we'd like to take this moment, now we've kind of gotten settled in, and introduce our judge here in Ring 2, Austin Brockman. Austin, we'd like to thank you for coming and judging here today. So if you're ringside, let's please give Austin a round of applause, please. We are now showing Class 14 Senior Romney Rams in the show ring. Beginning those Class 15 and 16 Romney Rams to the makeup area, please, here in Ring 2.
Got two white Romney yearling Rams out here. I think one that just puts a little bit more pieces for me together. One that's a little bit cleaner as you analyze them through the chest floor. One that's a little bit more level as you analyze them down their top. The center portion of this one's body is super opened up, and I love the boldness of rib. This guy comes the squarest in terms of his hip back to his dock set. Really nice individual to start the class. The buck here in 2 is definitely the one that is the longest bodied, and you can analyze that from the side, no doubt, with this guy. One that is getting a little bit plainer in terms of his front end, getting a little bit more out in terms of his shoulder. One that isn't quite as square as you analyze him from his hip back to his dock as our class winner. But I just love the length and the dimension that this guy comes with. 2 really unique rams out here.
Placings in Class 14, Senior Romney Rams. First in the class went to Kingston Rinker. Second to Thomas Wallace. We're now ready to show Class 15, Senior Romney Rams, single entry in the show ring. We lead those first and second place Senior Romney Rams from Class 14 back to the holding area for the selection of your champion Senior Romney Ram at the conclusion of Class 15, please. Last call, Class 16, Romney Rams, Junior Romney Rams to the makeup area, please. Last call, Class 16, Junior Romney Rams to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
Just a single entry here in the senior Ram Lamb class. One that comes to us with a lot of length of body. One that does proportion pretty well for me today. One that maybe gets a little tight as you analyze this guy when you set him into motion. But I think an individual that offers some unique breeding pieces.
Congratulations to Kingston Rinker on first place in Class 15, Senior Romney Rams. We are now ready to select your champion senior yearling Romney Ram here in the show ring. From Class 14, your first place Ram went to Kingston Rinker. Second went to Thomas Wallace. In Class 15, first place went to Kingston Rinker. Please be having those Class 16 Junior Romney Rams on deck ready to go here in ring 2, please. Thank you.
Three really nice White Romney Rams out here for the senior champion drive. Pretty easy decision in my mind. One's that's just super massive, super level down his top, but yet still elegant enough as you analyze him through that front 1/3. I think lays his shoulder in pretty nicely. Gets a little closer for a reserve, in my opinion. I think one's just a little bit smoother as you analyze him through his shoulder. He's just a little bit more underneath himself and not quite outside himself as you analyze him on both ends of his skeleton. I'll go out and shake the hand of your senior champion.
Your champion senior Romney Ram comes from Class 14, exhibited by Kingston Rinker. Your reserve champion senior Romney Ram comes from Class 15, also exhibited by Kingston Rinker. We are now ready to show Class 16. Class 16 Junior Romney Rams in the show ring, please. Please keep those senior yearling champion and reserves in the holding area. At the conclusion of Class 16, we will be picking your champion overall Romney Ram, please. Thank you, here in ring 2.
Here in the spring Ram Lamb class, two that kind of differ in terms of their type and kind and the way they're built. We're going to go ahead and use this one up here that's just a little bit more opened up in terms of the center portion of his body. One that handles his top line is a little bit straighter for me today. One that's a little square as you analyze him from his hip and into that hind leg. Definitely the stoutest one in terms of the bone work as you analyze this guy at the ground. I really love the length of body and the second place ram, super long from the side. One that's just getting a little bit piecier in terms of both ends of his skeleton. One that's getting a little bit plainer about his front. Maybe just isn't quite as square as you analyze them out through that dock set and into that hind leg. But two really nice Romney rams.
Results from Class 16 Junior Romney Rams. First in the class went to Callum Shanks. He's also your champion Junior Romney Ram. Reserve, second place in reserve went to Thomas Wallace. Congratulations. We are now ready to select your champion Romney Ram. From the senior division, we need from the champion of Kingston Rinker. The reserve also exhibited by Kingston Rinker. From the senior division, from the junior division, we need the champion of Callum Shanks, the reserve of Thomas Wallace. This is a selection of your overall champion Romney Ram. Beginning those class 17 and 18 senior Romney U's to the makeup area, please, in ring 2. First call, classes 17 and 18 senior Romney U's to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
We get out here in the champion drive. I think it's a pretty clear-cut decision for me on one that's just super bold in the way he's made, super stout at the ground, one that gets out and moves with a lot of flexibility. I think it gets a little bit closer for reserve, in my opinion. We got a little bit shorter, stouter one that's stouter at the ground. We got one that's a little bit more extended, maybe a tad plainer fronted. It kind of comes down to personal preference there for reserve, but I'll go out and select your champion in reserve, White Romney Rams.
Your champion overall Romney Ram is from the senior division, exhibited by Kingston Rinker. Your reserve is also your reserve senior champion yearling Ram, exhibited by Kingston Rinker. Congratulations. We are now ready to move into the Romney U's here in ring 2, starting with class 17 senior Romney U's. 3 entries.
We got a really close top couple of U's in this class, in my opinion. The U we're going to go ahead and start off with, I think, just laser shoulder, and in terms of her blade, and a little bit nicer for me today. It just ties into that front end a little bit better. One that's super opened up in terms of the center portion of her body. One that's just a tad squarer as you analyze her from them hips back to that dock set. But two really close U's here in the top pair. The U in second, definitely a little bit fresher in terms of her condition. One that I do appreciate the levelness that this one comes down with her top. Maybe just getting a little bit straight in terms of both ends of her skeleton, getting a little bit out there, a little bit more forward in terms of her shoulder. One that just gets a little rounder, a little shorter out of her hip. But again, a really functional sound of kind of a female here in two. The U would come out here in three, definitely one of the bigger statured ones out here. One that is the longest as you analyze this one in terms of her hind saddle. One that's carrying more condition for me today, just gets a little bit plainer about her front, and I need to make her fleece a little more consistent as we work throughout.
Results of Class 17 Senior Romney U's. First in the class went to Thomas Wallace. Second went to Elizabeth Briggs. And third went to Thomas Wallace. We are now ready to show Class 18 Senior Romney U's in the show ring. Need those first and second place U's from Class 17 to stay in the holding area, as we will select our champion Senior Romney U at the conclusion of Class 18, please. This is first call. First call, classes 19 and 20, Junior Romney U's to the makeup area, please. First call, classes 19 and 20, Junior Romney U's to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
Two really nice fall ewe lambs that are super sound, both in terms of their structure and their feet and legs. The ewe we're going to go ahead and start with just kind of hits those ESTs, and in my opinion, one that's super extended. She's definitely handles longer as you analyze her from that 13th rib back. One that proportions very nicely as you analyze her from her chest floor into her flank. Just hits a lot of boxes. A really unique individual to start out this class. I don't want to take anything away from this ewe here in second. Super straight in terms of her lines. One that does come with a lot of a center portion of her body. One that is stout as you analyze her at the ground. Just kind of runs into one out here that's just a little bit more show ring eye appeal, and just has a little bit more extension as you analyze her through the front 1/3. But a really nice class of Romney ewes.
Placings from Class 18 Senior Romney Rams. First in the class went to Kingston Rinker. Second, exhibited by Peyton DeWeese. We are now ready for your selection of your champion Senior Romney U in the show ring. This is that last call for classes 19 and 20. Junior Romney U's to the makeup area, please. Last call, classes 19 and 20. Junior Romney U's to the makeup area. First call, class 21, Romney U's to the makeup area. First call, class 21, Junior Romney U's to the makeup area, please.
Here for the senior champion drive, we got 4 super complete Romney U's out here. Ones with a lot of dimension, ones that are good on their feet and legs, that handle it with some length of body. I think there's one out here that just commands your attention a little bit more. One that has those added extra pieces, but is still super sound in terms of her structure, has plenty of rib shape, and just balances out very nicely. Let's give these kids a round of applause, and I'll go out and select your senior champion.
Your champion senior Romney U comes from Class 18, exhibited by Kingston Rinker. Your reserve comes from Class 17, exhibited by Thomas Wallace. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 19 single entry junior Romney U in the show ring, please. Class 20's on deck. This is second call for Class 21 junior Romney U's to the makeup area, please. Second call, Class 21 junior Romney U's to the makeup area, please.
Just a single entry in this class. A young man brings us a super feminine female, one that does have that extension and ties that neck into the right side of the top side of her shoulder, one that is super bold as you analyze her through the center portion of her body. I really enjoy watching this one get out in motion. She's super flexible and just keeps her top line in a check, one that definitely can stand a lot more competition in a bigger class.
Congratulations to George Fry on your first place Class 19 Romney U, Junior Romney U. We are now ready to show Class 20 Junior Romney U's in the show ring. This is the last call, Class 21 Junior Romney U's to the makeup area. You're on deck next. At the conclusion of Class 21, we will be picking your junior champion Romney U, followed by the selection of your champion overall Romney U. So if you are first and second juniors, be making sure and have those ready, and we will be rolling on from there.
Just two in the spring ULAM class. The one we're going to go ahead and lead off the class with is one that's just a little bit more three-dimensional, especially when I get my hands on this one. She's just a little bit more opened up in terms of her top shape. She handles a little bit deeper as you analyze her from the side. Maybe you need to tweak this one in terms of her hip and her hind leg, especially when she's set into motion, but she just got the overall most dimension out of these two out here. ULAM here in two is one that is super eye-appealing from the side, one that is super level down her top, just isn't quite as opened up in terms of her rib shape, just isn't as square and as wide as you analyze her into that hip, but two really nice ULAMs.
Results of Class 20 Junior Romney U's. First in the class went to Thomas Wallace with 0762. Second in the class went to Thomas Wallace with 0707. We are now ready for Class 21 Junior Romney U's. This is the last class of Junior Romney U's. Into the show ring, please. Be having those first and second place Junior Romney U's from 19 and 20 back into the holding area, please. Ready to go for the selection of your champion Junior Romney U, please.
Really nice class of ULAMs out here. A young lady brings us a really fancy feminine female out here, one that is super sound in terms of her structure, one that is super opened up in terms of her rib shape, one that is very level as you analyze her down her top, and a very consistent fleece throughout. We get to the one here in two, one that's a little bit more moderate in size, and maybe that's a maturity thing. One I do appreciate the depth that this one levelness in terms of her chest floor. She's a little bit smoother in terms of her shoulder angle than our class winner. Just need to make this one a little bit more opened up and see a little more consistency in terms of that fleece throughout.
Placings in Class 21 Junior Romney U's. First in the class went to Betsy Fry. Second to Kenneth Briggs. Congratulations. We are now ready to show for your champion Junior Romney U in the show ring here in ring 2. From Class 19, we need that first place U of George Fry. From Class 20, we need the first place U of Thomas Wallace. The second place U of Thomas Wallace. From Class 21, we need the first place U of Betsy Fry. And the second place U of Kenneth Briggs. This is your lineup for your champion Junior Romney U. We need those senior champion and reserve champion Romney U's to the makeup area, please, for the selection of your overall champion Romney U. That is next here in ring 2.
here in the junior champion drive, it's pretty much a two-horse race, in my opinion. I think we got one that's just a little bit more opened up in terms of her skeleton, really bold through the center portion of her body. One that's maybe not quite as elegant as the other one out here, but just comes with a lot of power and squareness. The other one we get out here is a little bit more of a feminine package, one that's maybe a little bit more extended. And I think you could kind of go either way when we get out here. I'll evaluate them one more time and select your junior champion.
Your champion junior Romney U comes out of class 19, exhibited by George Fry. Your reserve champion Romney U comes from class 21, exhibited by Betsy Fry. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready for the selection of your champion overall Romney U. So we need the champion and reserve champion senior U's exhibited by Kingston Rinker and Thomas Wallace. The champion and reserve champion U's, the champion U, junior champion U by George Fry. The reserve by Betsy Fry. Back in for champion consideration, please. This is the first call. First call in ring 2 for Lincoln U's. First call, classes 22 and 23, 24 and 25. Lincoln U's to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
We get out here for champion White Romney U, and we got some really high quality ones out here. Ones that are just super complete in terms of their build. Ones that come with plenty of rib shape. Ones that when you ask them to get out in motion, they move with a lot of ease and flexibility. And I think it does come down to a close decision in my mind. We talk about splitting hairs, and I think certain people could go just a tad different way, but these are 4 really impressive females out here. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll go out and select your champion, Romney U.
Your champion Romney U is your champion senior U, exhibited by Kingston Rinker. Your reserve Romney U is your champion junior Romney U, exhibited by George Fry. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. We are now ready to show Class 22 Senior Lincoln U's in the show ring, please. As we are getting ready to get our Lincoln U show going here with Class 22 in the show ring, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank a lot of our sponsors and some of our vendors that are here today. In particular, over here in Ring 2 with us today, hanging out, is the ladies from Buffalo Springs, Zoe Robinson and her mom. Say hi, Zoe. There you go. Good girl. You know, not like she needs a whole lot of prep. I see people in there shopping right now. Is my wife in there? She's not, is she? Okay, that's good. Okay. So if you get a chance to visit over here with Zoe and her family, over in the exhibit hall, we have food at the kitchen. We have other vendors over there, so please take your time to stop by and see them at least, and thank them for coming and being a part of our weekend here at 2026 U Sheep Expo. So thank you, ladies. Thank you, everybody.
We start out here in the Lincoln Show, a really nice yearling U class, a really complete individual to start out this class. One that's definitely the boldest in terms of her rib, one that's the most expressive about her top shape, and the most level as you analyze her out from that hip into the dock set. U is definitely carrying a little bit of extra condition, but she just checks the most boxes, is the most complete in terms of her structure. If we get here into 2 and 3, two U's that are a little bit leaner in terms of their condition, we're going to go ahead and use this natural U here in second. One, I think when we asked her to get out in motion, she's just a little bit more flexible off them rear wheels. And as you analyze her in her upper hip, I do need to level this one out as you analyze her from her chest floor to her flank. We need to drop that flank and just get her a little bit deeper in terms of the center portion of her body. We round out the class with this white Lincoln U, one that is a little bit bigger in terms of her rib shape than our one here in second place, one that just gets entirely too straight and restricted as you ask this one to go, one that gets out definitely a little rounder out of her hip, but a really nice class, the Lincoln Yearling U's.
Placings from Class 22 Senior Lincoln U's. First in the class went to Kaylee Halloran. Second, exhibited by Waylon Jester. And third, exhibited by Adeline Jester. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 23 Senior Lincoln U. Single entry. Need those Class 24 and 25 Junior Lincoln U's to the makeup area, please. First call again, Class 24, 25, Junior Lincoln U's to the makeup area, please. Also, at the conclusion of Class 23, we need the first and second place ewes from Class 22 here in the makeup area for the selection of your senior champion Lincoln ewe, please. Also, at the conclusion of Class 23, we'll pick your champion senior division Lincoln ewe, please.
Just a single entry in this class, but young lady brings us one that's super feminine in terms of her design, one that is super elegant and extended as you analyze her up through the front 1/3, one that handles super long in terms of her hind saddle and gets out and moves fairly well for me today. Really nice individual in this class.
Congratulations to Alan Jester on your first place Class 23 Senior Lincoln ewe. We now need the first and second place senior ewes from Class 22 of Kaylee Halloran and Waylon Jester back into the ring for selection of your champion senior Lincoln ewe. Next up will be Class 24 Junior Lincoln ewes, followed by Class 25 Junior Lincoln ewes.
For the senior champion drive, we got three nice individuals out here that represent the Lincoln breed. It's a pretty easy decision in terms of overall width, dimension, length of body, and just pure balance as you analyze them from the side. Gets a little bit closer for a reserve, in my opinion, but one's just a little bit more elegant. One handles with a little bit more length of loin out here, so I'll go out and select your senior reserve senior champion.
Your champion senior yearling ewe, Lincoln ewe, out of Class 22, exhibited by Kaylee Halloran. And your reserve champion senior yearling was out of Class 23, exhibited by Adeline Jester. Congratulations. We are now ready to start showing junior Lincoln ewes, starting with Class 24. 2 entries. Need that Class 25 junior Lincoln ewe single entry to the holding area, please. Ready to go. At the conclusion of Class 25, we will pick your junior champion Lincoln ewe.
Here in the first ULAM class, there's one that's just a little bit more three-dimensional for me, one that handles with more width as you analyze her through her loin, one that's got a little bit more rib shape and depth. One I do appreciate the lock structure on this one a little bit better than the one here in second. I really love the design of the one here in second. Level down its top, really extended through the front 1/3. This one just isn't quite as opened up in terms of its rib shape. Gets not quite as square as you analyze it out through its dock set and gets a little restricted as you set in the motion. I need to see the lock structure a little bit more consistent on this one comparatively to our class winner, but a really nice class of ULAMs.
Placings from Class 24. Junior Lincoln Hughes, first in the class shown by Waylon Jester. Second shown by Micah Haig. We're now ready to show Class 25. Junior Lincoln Hughes, single entry into the show ring. We'll be needing those first and second place Junior Lincoln Hughes from Class 24 on standby in the show ring, or in the holding area, please. Also beginning the champion and reserve champion senior yearling Lincoln Hughes to the holding area, please, for the selection of your overall Lincoln U at the conclusion of the selection of your junior yearling.
Just a single entry, but a really nice ULAM that this young lady brings out. One that has some dimension, super level down her top, really good on her feet and legs. I appreciate the lock structure on this one as well. A really nice individual.
Congratulations to Micah Haig on her first place Class 25 Junior Lincoln U. We are now ready to show for your champion Junior Lincoln U. From Class 24, we need the first place U of Waylon Jester, the second place U of Micah Haig, and from Class 25, we need the first place U of Micah Haig. In for junior champion consideration, please. Beginning the champion senior and reserve champion senior yearling Lincoln Hughes to the makeup area, please. Also, this is first call for classes 26, 27, and 28. Fitted Hampshire Rams to the makeup area, please. First call, classes 26, 27, and 28. Fitted Hampshire Rams to the makeup area, please. Here in ring 2.
Here in the Lincoln Drive for the junior champion lineup, we get out here, and I think there's two of them it kind of boils down to for me. One just handles with a little bit more length as you analyze that one through its hind saddle. One handles with a little bit more straightness in terms of its top. That's taking nothing away from the other ULAM out here. One that has a little bit more dimension as you analyze her on the top side of her skeleton, but a really nice pair of U's. I'll go out and select your junior champion.
Your champion junior Lincoln U comes from Class 25, exhibited by Micah Haig. Your reserve champion junior yearling U, Lincoln U, comes from Class 24, exhibited by Waylon Jester. Congratulations. We are now ready to show for your champion overall Lincoln U from the senior division. We need the champion yearling of Kaylee Halloran, the reserve champion senior yearling of Alan Jester. From the juniors, we need the champion yearling of Micah Haig and the reserve champion of Waylon Jester. Second call, Second call for Class 26, 27, and 28. Fitted Hampshire Rams to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
Here in the Lincoln Drive, there's one that commands your attention. I think walks out here and wins this pretty easily in terms of dimension, length, and just overall balance as you analyze her from the side. It gets a little bit closer in terms of reserve for me. I think there's one that's a little bit taller in terms of the point of her shoulder, one that's a little bit more extended, maybe doesn't balance and isn't quite as opened up in terms of her skeleton. The other one out here has got a little bit more balance, a little bit more top shape, maybe just not quite as much extension as you analyze where that shoulder or where that neck ties onto the top side of their shoulder. I'll go out here and evaluate them again for champion and shake the hands of your champion in reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Lincoln U coming from the senior division out of Class 22, exhibited by Kaylee Halloran. Your reserve champion Lincoln U is your junior champion coming from Class 25, exhibited by Micah Haig. We are now ready to show Class 26 Fitted Hampshire Rams in the show ring. Beginning those Class 27 and 28 Fitted Hampshire Rams to the makeup area, please. So ringside, there has been a class change. Class 28 Fitted Hamp Ram was a single entry and it has scratched. So now we just have Class 26, one class of senior Fitted Hamp Rams. Class 27 is one class of fitted junior Hamp Rams. We will pick our champion overall fitted Hampshire Ram at the conclusion of Class 27 now. This is the first call. First call, classes 29 and 30. Senior Hampshire fitted ewes to the makeup area, please. First call, class 29 and 30. Fitted Hamp ewes to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
Start out the Fitted Ham show. Really impressive ram lamb out here. One that is super level down his top. One that does have a lot of dimension as you analyze him through the center portion of his body. One that is super rugged as you work down into his bone work at the ground. One that does come with a pretty level hip and gets out and moves with a lot of flexibility. Really nice individual to start out the Ham show.
Thank you. Congratulations to Erin Halloran on her first place Class 26 Senior Fitted Hampshire Ram. She is also your senior champion Fitted Hamp Ram. We are now ready to show Class 27 junior fitted hamp rams in the show ring here in ring 2. At the conclusion of 27, then we will pick your overall champion fitted Hampshire Ram in ring 2. So beginning those class 29 and 30. Senior fitted Hampshire ewes to the makeup area, please. Need those class 29 and 30 senior fitted Hampshire ewes to the makeup area, please.
Two really nice Hampshire Ram lambs out here. The buck we're going to go ahead and start with is one that is just deeper in terms of the center portion of his body. He comes at me with a little bit more rib shape, one that is super level down his top and has plenty of length of loin. We got a really pretty buck here, and two, one that I do appreciate the way he lays his blade into him, and that front end a little bit more impressive. One that just isn't quite as bold in terms of his rib shape, and it isn't quite as deep in the center portion of his body as our class winner, but two really high quality Hampshire Rams.
Results of class 27. Junior fitted hamp rams, first in the class in your champion junior yearling goes to Kenzie Meyer. Second in class in your reserve champion goes to Willie Taylor. We are now ready to show for your overall champion fitted Hampshire Ram here in ring 2. Last call for classes 29 and 30. Senior fitted Hampshire ewes to the makeup area, please.
Here in the champion ram lineup for the Fitted Hampshire show, three really impressive rams, ones that are super long as you analyze them from the side, ones that do have some center portion to their rib, and ones that got plenty of width as you analyze them through their loin, ones that when you ask them to get out in motion, move with a lot of flexibility and take a really long stride, and I love to see that in rams out here as we set them in motion. As we get evaluating them for champion, I think there's one that just comes out with some a little bit more stoutness and a little bit more ruggedness in terms of the buck. Definitely another buck out here that's super pretty, and I think his best days are ahead of him as he matures on down the road. But I'll go out and shake the hands of your champion reserve and third overall Rams.
Your champion Fitted Hampshire Ram comes from the senior division, exhibited by Aaron Halloran. Your reserve champion Fitted Hampshire Ram comes from the junior division, exhibited by Kenzie Meyer. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 29 senior Fitted Hampshire ewes in the show ring, please. Be having those Class 30 senior Fitted Hampshire Rams on deck, please. This is the first call. First call for classes 31 and 32 and 33 junior Fitted Hampshire ewes to the makeup area, please. First call, class 31, 32, 33 junior Fitted Hampshire ewes to the makeup area and ring 2, please.
A really impressive class of fitted Hampshire ewes out here. The ewe that just is the most fault-free is the one we're going to go ahead and start with. One that is just super straight down her top. One that gets out in motion and motors around really flexibly for me. I really love the way this ewe ties her front end in. Is just super extended and has that neck sitting at the top side of her shoulder. Is she the stoutest in terms of her bone work? No, but just the most complete and definitely one of the ones with the shortest fleece out here. So what you see is what you get. I really love the extension and the length of this ewe here in two. One that is really tall at the top of the point of her shoulder. One that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as I evaluate in terms of her underline. Needs to be a little bit deeper in her flank. She's getting a little bit deeper in terms of her chest floor for me today, but yet still a really impressive ewe here in two. We got a super big-bodied broody ewe here in third, one that I think will do really nicely down on the road producing lambs for this exhibitor. One that is super long from the side. She just gets a little bit tighter in terms of her hip and into her hind leg. Gets a little rounder as you evaluate her out through that dock set, but I just love the ribbon dimension of this one. We get here to a ewe in four, one that is super level in terms of her top line, one that does come with some rib shape, one that is just getting a little heavier front end and lower in terms of that chest floor, one that just doesn't balance out as you evaluate in terms of her underline, and excuse me, and just doesn't get out here with as much length as those top three ewes ahead of her, but still a really nice ewe in her own right. We round out the class with a moderate-sized female out here, one that is extended as you analyze her through the front 1/3, one that just shortens up from flank to flank for me today, one that just gets entirely too tight in terms of her spine as you set her into motion.
Placings from Class 29, senior fitted Hampshire ewes. First in the class went to William Taylor. Second, shown by Kenzie Meyer. Third went to Kenzie Meyer. Fourth went to Aaron Halloran. And fifth went to Aaron Halloran. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to show Class 30 senior fitted Hampshire ewes in the show ring. At the conclusion of Class 30, we need the first and second place senior ewes of William Taylor and Kenzie Meyer back in for selection of your champion senior fitted Hamp ewe, please.
really nice class of Hampshire fall ewe lambs. There's quality all the way top to bottom. We get here into the ewe in first. One just that handles with exceptional length as you analyze this one from the 13th rib back. One that when you ask her to go, she is super flexible. She takes a really super long stride, really good in terms of her lines and deep in the center portion of her body. Maybe I'd like to square her up ever so slightly on them rear wheels, but I think she's still plenty flexible enough when you set her into motion. The ewe that I really like on the standstill is the one here in two, one that's super elegant through her front 1/3, one that is dead level in terms down her top and into her hip, one that just when you set her into motion, she gets a little quicker stepping for me, isn't quite as flexible in terms of her spine, maybe shortens up ever so slightly compared to our class winner, but two really high quality ewes. We get here and down 3 to 5. Ones that I'd like to change a few things about them. We'll start with the third place one that is dead level down her top and does have some depth of rim. One that just really likes to drop that chest floor, gets a little bit plainer in terms of her shape of her shoulder, isn't quite extended up through that front 1/3, but one that is really good on her feet and legs and has some dimension. Just doesn't quite have that showy look that the two above them do today. We got a nice, a little bit more moderate size one here in 4. One that I do appreciate the levelness that this one comes with. She's got plenty of rib shape, and when I ask this one to go, she is very flexible off them rear wheels. One I just need to push that bottom jaw back to get her to move up in this class for me today. We round out the class with a super extended one that's really level and long down her top. One that just, as you evaluate her three-dimensionally, isn't quite as opened up in terms of her rib shape. She gets a little bit shallower in terms of her gut for me, but a really nice class of Hampshire fall ewe lambs.
Placings from Class 30. Senior fitted Hampshire ewes. First in the class went to Kenzie Meyer. Second went to William Taylor. Third, shown by Sarah Powell. Fourth, exhibited by Aaron Halloran. And fifth went to Laney Mendenhall. Congratulations. We are now ready for the selection of your senior champion fitted Hampshire ewe. From Class 29, we need the first place ewe of William Taylor, the second place ewe of Kenzie Meyer. From Class 30, we need the first place ewe of Kenzie Meyer and the second place ewe of William Taylor. This is the first call. We need those Class 31, 32, and 33 junior fitted Hampshire ewes to the makeup area in ring 2, please. Classes 31, 32, and 33. Junior fitted Hampshire ewes to the makeup area, please.
This is senior champion. So keep track of 1 through 5. Okay?
Four impressive Hampshire females out here for the senior champion drive. We got two powerhouse yearling ewes that are super level in terms of their lines, ones that are yet still very, very elegant and feminine, and ones that when you ask them to get out in motion are flexible enough and keeps their spine in check. That's taking nothing away from these fall ewe lambs. They are very impressive in their own right, ones that are super long in terms of their length, and they got plenty of body and sit down on a good set of feet and legs. A very good senior champion drive out here in the Hampshire show. I'll go out and select your senior champion and reserve senior champion. Just a single entry as we move into the junior ewe lambs here in the Hampshire ring. One that is super sound as you analyze this one from the side. A really good balanced female. One that is super level down her top, yet still elegant and feminine in the front end. Maybe need a strength around them back pasterns ever so slightly, but that's getting ultra picky of a really nice female out here.
Placings, the results of your champion senior fitted Hampshire ewes. Your champion goes to William Taylor. Reserve went to Kenzie Meyer. Third went to Kenzie Meyer. Fourth went to Kenzie Meyer. And fifth went to William Taylor. Congratulations. We're now ready to start showing junior fitted Hampshire ewes in ring 2 with class 31. We are currently on class 32, beginning those class 33 junior fitted Hampshire ewes to the makeup area, please.
Two really nice Hampshire ewe lambs out here. I think the pair does get close. We're going to go ahead and start with the one that just a little bit square in terms of the way she places that hock in terms of the ground. One that is super feminine as you analyze her up through the front 1/3, dead level down her top. Handles a little bit little nickel longer as you analyze her through her loin. That's taking nothing away from this UN2, one that is super bold about her rib, very level down her top. Just when we set this one into motion, I need to see her secure that hock a little bit better as I ask her to go. But two really nice females out here in this class.
Results from class 32 junior fitted Hampshire ewes. First in the class went to William Taylor. Second went to Kenzie Meyer. We are now ready to show class 33 junior fitted Hampshire ewes, single entry in show ring 2. Beginning those first and second place fitted Hampshire ewes back to the makeup area for the selection of your junior champion fitted Hampshire ewe, please.
Just a single entry, but a really youthful ewe lamb out here. One that got tons of extension. One that's super long sided. One that definitely has some length of body and is very square in terms of that hip. One I'd like to maybe clean up in terms of the fiber, especially on the neck of this one for its Hampshire breed character. But definitely going to be a big ewe down the road.
Congratulations to Kenzie Meyer on your first place class 33 junior fitted Hampshire ewe. At this time, we are now ready to show for your junior champion fitted Hampshire ewe in the show ring here in ring 2. After this, then we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion overall champion fitted Hampshire ewe. We'll be picking a top 5 also for the Hampshire Showdown along with that. So if you were top 5 junior fitted Hampshire ewes, we need you back to the makeup area also, please.
Pretty easy decision as we work out here on the junior champion drive. I think there's one that's just a little bit better in terms of her feet and legs, sits down a little square, has plenty of dimension and length, one that is super eye appealing from the side. As we work on back, we got to place all of these. I think it does get a little closer in my opinion, but I'll go out and shake the hands of your junior champions.
Go ahead. We'll go slow, make sure that we get the top 5s on this whole deal since we're bringing all of them back in. So.
Here in the champion Hampshire ewe lineup, 4 really impressive females. I want to commend you, Hampshire exhibitors, for breeding ewes that are super sound in terms of the way they move, very elegant from the side. Ones that are super long body but still have plenty of depth of rib and just levelness. Really high quality ewes out here. I think there's one that commands my attention pretty easily. Is just kind of fault free the most out here in terms of her lines and ones that you ask her to get out in motion. So I'll go out and select your top 5 overall for your Hampshire show.
as we do a reset here. So your top 5 fitted Hampshire ewes for today. Your champion was William Taylor out of the senior division. Your reserve champion was out of the junior division, shown by Kenzie Meyer. Third overall was Kenzie Meyer with her senior fitted ewe. Fourth went to Kenzie Meyer with a senior fitted ewe. And fifth went to Kenzie Meyer with a senior fitted ewe. So, congratulations. So, we are now ready to start the Border Leicester show with Class 34. Senior ewes into the show ring. We need those Class 35 Border Leicester junior ewes to the makeup area, please. Also, this is the first call for Class 36, 37, and 38 Rambouillet Rams. First call, classes 36, 37, and 38 Rambouillet Rams to the makeup area in ring 2, please. Thank you.
We start out our Border Leicester show. Really impressive you to start out this class. One that's super level in terms of her lines down her top. One that's got plenty of rib shape and dimension. One that we ask her to get out on the go. I think she moves with plenty of flexibility for me today. One that is just super long as you analyze her from flank to flank. That's taking nothing away from this ewe here in second. I appreciate the upper hip dimension that this one comes with. Maybe fighting the young lady a little bit out here, getting a little tighter in terms of her spine when we set this one into motion. Just doesn't quite have the natural length that our class winner does as you analyze her from the side. But two really impressive, balanced females out here to start the Border Leicester show.
Results of Class 34 Senior Border Leicester ewes. First in class in your champion Senior Border Leicester ewe goes to Cheyenne Clyde. Second in class in your reserve champion Senior Border Leicester ewe is shown by Harper Amos. Congratulations. If you guys could please stick around ringside. Next up is Class 35 Junior Border Leicester ewes, single entry. So we need those first and second place senior ewes to stay close by ringside for the overall selection of your champion Border Leicester ewe coming up at the conclusion of Class 35. This is the second call for classes 36, 37, and 38. Rambouillet Rams to the makeup area in ring 2, please. Second call, classes 36, 37, and 38. Rambouillet Rams to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
Just a single entry border ewe out here. A young lady brings us a very feminine appearing one that does handle with some length of loin, one that's very level in terms of her lines, one that balances up quite nicely as you analyze her from the side in terms of her chest floor and into her flank. Sets down on a really nice set of feet and legs, a high quality individual in this class.
Congratulations to Harper Amos on your first place in Champion Junior Yearling Border Leicester U. We are now ready for your selection of your champion, your overall champion Border Leicester U for today here in Ring 2. From Class 34, the seniors, we need Cheyenne Clyde and her champion, Harper Amos and her reserve champion, and from Class 35, we need the champion yearling of Harper Amos, please. Last call, classes 36, 37, and 38. Rambouillet Rams to the makeup area in Ring 2, please. Last call, 36, 37, and 38. Rambouillet Rams to the makeup area in Ring 2, please.
Three really high quality border ewes out here. Ones that got a lot of dimension and length. Ones that are very level down their top. All three of them are super good on their feet and legs. I think there's one that just excels in terms of show ring presence, extension as you analyze this one. In terms of her front end and her shoulder build, I think it gets a little bit closer, but I think there's one that's just a little bit more opened up in terms of her skeleton. One that's just a little bit deeper as you analyze her into her rib shape, into her lower portion of her body.
Your champion Border Leicester U for today comes out of the senior division, shown by Cheyenne Clyde. Congratulations. Your reserve Border Leicester U is your reserve senior champion U out of the same class, exhibited by Harper Amos. Congratulations. We are now ready to start our Rambouillet show here in Ring 2 with Class 36 Senior Rambouillet Rams into the show ring. We need those Class 37 Senior Rambouillet Rams and Class 38 Junior Rambouillet Rams single entry on deck in the holding area, please. Vivian Stevenson, we are missing your Senior Rambouillet Ram in Class 36, please. Vivian Stevenson. Vivian Stevenson, we need your September Rambouillet Ram for Class 36 in the show ring at this time, please.
Ram, right? Yearling Ram class? We start out our Rambouillet show with a really impressive ram that's super straight in terms of his lines. I just love the straightness that this guy comes with down his top line. One that's got some rib shape and balances out really nicely from the side. One that is still elegant enough as you analyze him through his front 1/3. One that sits down on a really nice set of feet and legs. And I love when you set this guy into motion. He's very flexible in terms of his spine and gets out and takes a nice long stride. A really nice ram to start out the Rambouillet show.
Congratulations to Wyatt Lieb on your first place Class 36 Rambouillet Ram. We are now ready to show Class 37 Senior Rambouillet Rams into the show ring. Need that Class 38 Junior Rambouillet Ram ready to go. This is the first call. First call for classes 39, 40, 41, and 42. Rambouillet U's to the makeup area, please. First call, classes 39, 40, 41, and 42. Rambouillet U's to the makeup area, please.
Here in our senior Ram Lamb class, a young man brings us one that just isn't cooperating too well for him, but a really high quality individual, one that is the most opened up in terms of his skeleton, one that is super bold about his rib shape, sets down on a really stout set of feet and legs. When you do get him into motion and he's cooperating, I think is the most flexible in terms of the three out here. A Ram here in two is one I do appreciate for the extension that this one comes with. He sets down on a nice set of feet and legs, has some curvature as you analyze him through his rib. Maybe it just isn't quite as opened up as our class winner, isn't quite as square as you analyze him from them hips back into that dock set, but still a really high quality bullet Ram here in second. We round out the class with a super rugged built Ram, one that is definitely stout in terms of his bone work at the ground, one that just doesn't balance up as nicely from the side, one that gets a little harsher in terms of his forerib, gets a little soft or gets a little harder in terms of his flank, just doesn't balance up for me as nicely today, but a really nice class of Rambouillet Rams.
Placings from class 37, senior Rambouillet Rams. First in the class went to Wyatt Lee, second to Dash Haig, and third to Vivian Stevenson. We are now ready to select your champion senior Rambouillet Ram. We need that first place lamb from Wyatt Lee from class 36. From class 37, we need the first place Ram of Wyatt Lee, the second place Ram of Dash Haig. Back into the show ring for senior champion consideration, please. Beginning at class 38, junior Rambouillet Ram, single entry, ready to go in the holding area here in ring two. Second call, classes 39, 40, 41, and 42. Rambouillet U's to the holding area in ring two, please.
We got out here for the senior champion lineup in the Ramblay show. We got a yearling ram that's super eye appealing from the side, one that's very extended. He's very level in terms of his lines. I love when this guy gets out in motion. We got a fall buck back here, one that is just super rugged in terms of his makeup, one that is more opened up in terms of the center portion of his body and just comes with a little bit natural width. I think you could kind of go either way here in the way you want to place them, but I'll go out and shake the hands of your champion and reserve champion Rams.
Your champion senior Ramblay Lamb comes out of Class 36, exhibited by Wyatt Lieb. Your reserve champion Ramblay Ram comes from Class 37, also exhibited by Wyatt Lieb. Congratulations. We're now ready to show Class 38. Junior Ramblay Ram, single entry into the show ring, please.
Just a single entry here in the buck lamb class for the Rambolays. A buck that's got a lot of extension, really tall at the point of his shoulder. One that stands up on them toes just the way I like to see it. One that has a ton of length as you analyze him from the side. We'll reevaluate him as we get him out here for the champion Ram lineup.
First in the class, and your champion junior Ramblay Ram goes to Vivian Stevenson. Congratulations. We are now ready for the selection of your overall Ramblay Ram. We need, from the senior division, we need the champion Ram of Wyatt Lieb from Class 36. The reserve senior Ram from Class 37 of Wyatt Lieb. And from Class 38, the champion junior Ram of Vivian Stevenson in the ring for consideration. This will be the last call for all the Ramblay ewes to the makeup area, please.
Here for our champion Ramblay lineup, bucks that are super versatile in the way they move, ones that are super opened up in terms of the center portion of their body, ones that have plenty of levelness down their top. I think getting specifically out here, there's a couple Rams that are just a little bit better in terms of being smoother behind their shoulders, ones that come with a little bit more dimension, a little bit more rib shape. I'll go out and shake the hands of your champion and reserve champion Ramblay Rams.
Your champion Ramblay Ram comes in the senior division, exhibited by Wyatt Lieb. Your reserve champion Ramblay Ram also comes from the senior division, exhibited by Wyatt Lieb. Congratulations on your wins. We are now ready to show Class 39. Class 39 Ramblay ewes in the show ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There will be 7 entries for Class 39.
Really impressive set of Rambouillet yearling ewes out here when we get to evaluate them. I apologize for taking a little extra time, but the highly competitive class, especially when you get into these top five. The ewe we're going to go ahead and start with is the one that's the cleanest in terms of her chest floor. This one lays her shoulder in just a little bit neater for me today. Is a little bit more extended through that front 1/3. She is dead leveled down her top. Maybe not the longest ewe from flank to flank. I think she's long enough. She's still got a really good center portion of her body. Just a really impressive ewe to start. You here in 2 is one I just really love from the side, the way she balances up. One that is a little bit longer than our class winner. It does have plenty of the center portion of her body. Maybe gets a little heavier fronted for me today, but still has enough extension, I think, up through that front 1/3, and her neck ties to the right side of the portion of her shoulder there. Need to stouten this one up at the ground to compete with our class winner, but a really nice second place. We got a really complete ewe here in 3rd, one that does handle with some length of body, one that maybe just isn't quite as square as you analyze her out through her dock set as the 2 are above her, one that just maybe isn't quite as extended as you analyze her in that front 1/3, and maybe just isn't quite as long neck, but again, a really impressive female that's got a ton of rib shape and fits into a nice 3rd hole for me today. We got a super big ewe here in 4th, one I do appreciate the length of body that this one comes with. She is definitely the biggest footed one in terms of the class, and one that does have plenty of rib shape. She just doesn't balance up as nicely for me from the side. One that's carrying a little bit extra condition, gets a little heavier in terms of that front end comparatively to her flank, but yet again, a really nice long ewe here in 4. We round out our top 5 with a really big volume ewe out here, one that has plenty of rib shape, one that just gets a little bit coarser and a little bit more opened up in terms of her chest, just isn't quite as smooth out there, one that isn't quite as stout as you analyze her at the ground, but a really impressive class of Rambouillet yearling ewes. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results from Class 39, Senior Rambouillet ewes. First in the class went to Vivian Stevenson. Second went to Nash Arthur. Third went to Nash Arthur. Fourth shown by Wyatt Lee. Fifth was also shown by Wyatt Lee. Sixth shown by Dash Haig. And seventh to Vivian Stevenson. We are now ready to show Class 40 Senior Rambouillet ewes in the show ring. At the conclusion of Class 40, we will be picking your champion senior yearling Rambouillet ewe. So have those first and second place ewes from Class 39 ready to go in the show in the holding area, please.
here in the senior ULAM class, a really nice class to use out here. Just three of them. Ones that I just want to fix ever so slightly in a few parts, but the U that puts it together the most for me today, the one that's the most opened up in terms of her skeleton, is the U we're going to go ahead and start with. One that is stout in terms of her feet and legs, one that is leveled down her top. I need to extend this one a little bit up in terms of that front end and smooth her out in terms of her shoulder. But I think she go ahead and wins this class and checks enough boxes for me today. The U here in two, I really love the front 1/3 of this one. She ties that neck and the top side of her shoulder. She's a little bit smoother as you evaluate her lower, and that blade has plenty of length as you analyze her from the side. I need to tweak this one in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She's getting a little bit straight for me today, and I'm not sure how that's going to progress as she matures on into a yearling ewe and she fits into a nice hole. We got a really extreme one here in third, one that is super level in terms of her lines, one that has plenty of length of body. Just as we evaluate this one, she's just not opened up enough in terms of her rib cage. She comes at us the narrowest and goes away with a little bit of tightness as you analyze this one in motion, but a really nice class of Rambouillet ewes.
Results from Class 40. Senior Rambouillet ewes. First in the class went to Wyatt Lee. Second shown by Vivian Stevenson. And third to Nash Arthur. We are now ready to show for your champion senior Rambouillet Ram. We need the first place Vivian Stevenson, the second place of Nash Arthur from Class 39. From Class 40, you need the first place of Wyatt Lee and the second place of Vivian Stevenson. Back in for senior Rambouillet Ram consideration, please. Beginning those Class 41 and 42 junior Rambouillet ewes on deck in the holding area, please. Class 41, 42 junior Rambouillet ewes to the holding area, please.
Here in the senior U drive for the Rambouillet show, four really impressive females, ones that are very level in terms of their line, ones that get out and can move with some flexibility, and ones that are really good on their feet and legs. We get out here to evaluate them. I think there's just a couple of ewes from a really tough class that I really enjoyed sorting. I think those are just the higher quality ones today. Nothing taken away from these ewe lambs over here. I think their brighter days are ahead of them. Your two yearling ewes will be your senior and reserve senior champion. Congratulations.
Your champion senior Rambouillet ewe comes from Class 39, exhibited by Vivian Stevenson. Your reserve came from Class 39 also, exhibited by Nash Arthur. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 41 junior Rambouillet ewe, single entry into the show ring. Need that Class 42 junior Rambouillet ewe ready to go in the makeup area, please. At the conclusion of Class 42, we will pick your junior champion. And shortly thereafter, then we will select your overall champion, Rambouillet ewe.
Just a single entry here in this Rambouillet ULAM class. Very youthful ULAM. The young man brings us out here. One that I do like her extension, her levelness, especially when we set this one into motion. She has a lot of flexibility, especially off those rear wheels. A really nice ewe that I think is going to grow out quite nicely for this young man.
Congratulations to Wyatt Lee on your first place Class 41 Junior Rambouillet U.
Again, just a single entry out here in the Rambouillet ULAM class. Young man brings us one that's super extended. I really love the way this one's neck ties on the top side of her shoulder. Really feminine appearing from the side. One that's definitely a little bit immature out here, but she is super neat in terms of the way she's made and very eye appealing. One that's going to grow out to be a really nice yearling ewe.
Congratulations to Wyatt Lieb on your first place Class 42 Junior Rambouillet U. So we are now ready to pick your champion Junior Rambouillet U out of Class 41. We need Wyatt Lieb. Also from Class 42, we need Wyatt Lieb. This will be for your champion Junior Rambouillet U. Need the champion and reserve champion senior yearling Rambouillet U's ready to go in the makeup area, please.
Just two really youthful ULAMs out here for the junior champion drive. I think there's one that just strikes me a little bit more with a little bit more elegance and feminine look. Taking nothing away from the other one out here. I think these are both really high quality ewes that are very sound functionally, very level down their top and have some rib shape. These ULAMs' best days are definitely ahead of them, and they got the right fundamentals for the basics to make a really good stud ewes down the road.
Your champion junior yearling Rambouillet U came from Class 42, exhibited by Wyatt Lieb. Your reserve champion junior Rambouillet U came from Class 41, exhibited by Wyatt Lieb. We are now ready to show for your champion overall Rambouillet U. We need the champion senior of Vivian Stevenson and the reserve champion senior of Nash Arthur. Need the champion junior of Wyatt Lieb and the reserve champion junior Rambouillet U of Wyatt Lieb. This is your lineup for your champion overall Rambouillet U. At this time, we need classes 43 and 44. Valet Black Nose Rams to the makeup area, please. 43, 44, Valet Black Nose Rams to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
A really impressive Rambouillet U show. Definitely ones that have a lot of quality and ones that will go on and do well throughout the rest of the summer and into the fall. We get out here for the champion lineup. We definitely have two ULAMs that are right in terms of their design and ones that are long-bodied and very level down their top. But as I see them here today, it's really tough to get around two yearling ewes that are just so good in terms of their lines. Ones that just have a ton of rib shape and are yet still elegant enough up through their front end, and ones that you set into motion have plenty of flexibility. Your two yearling ewes will be your champion and reserve champion Rambouillet ewes.
Your champion Rambouillet ewe comes from the senior division, exhibited by Vivian Stevenson. Your reserve overall champion Rambouillet ewe is your reserve senior champion ewe, exhibited by Nash Arthur. Congratulations. We are now ready to move into our Valet Black Nose Drive. We need Class 43 Senior Valet Black Nose Rams into the show ring. Need those Class 44 Junior Valet Black Nose Rams in the holding area, please.
Two really nice valet rams to start the show out here. We're going to go ahead and start with the one that just comes at me a little bit square, one that just handles with a little bit more dimension. I think this buck lays into his forerib just a little bit better for me today than the one here in second. Has a very consistent fleece as we analyze him throughout. We get here to buck in second, one that does handle with a little bit longer loin, one that maybe is just a nickel more extended as you analyze him up through the front 1/3, one that just isn't quite as opened up in terms of his rib shape, one that just doesn't quite have as much depth. Maybe need to make that fleece just a little bit more consistent for me today, but a really nice class of valet rams.
Results of Class 43 Senior Valet Black Nose Rams. First in the class went to Braxton Devlin. Second in the class went to Braxton Devlin. Congratulations. That was also your champion senior and your reserve champion senior Valet Black Nose Rams. We are now ready for Class 44 single entry junior Valet Black Nose Ram in the show ring. So please keep those senior yearling Black Nose Rams ringside for our ram consideration, please. Thank you.
Young man brings us a single entry out here, one that super correct in terms of his lines, one that does handle some length from the side, one that's got some rib shape, but yet still has the elegance as you analyze this one through its front 1/3. One I really appreciate the luster of the fleece on this one that's consistent throughout. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Braxton Devlin on your Class 44 winning Valet Black Nose Junior Ram, as also your junior yearling champion. We are now ready to show for your champion overall Valet Black Nose Ram. From the senior division, we need the champion of Braxton Devlin and the reserve champion of Braxton Devlin. And from the junior division, we need also the one from Braxton Devlin. This is the first call. First call for classes 45, 46, 47, and 48. Valet Black Nose used to the makeup area. First call, classes 45, 46, 47, and 48. Valet Black Nose used to the makeup area and ring 2, please.
Just three rams out here for the champion valet lineup. Definitely two stouter, mature bucks over here. Ones that have plenty of length and they got plenty of design. We got a younger buck lamb here. I think the best days are definitely ahead of him. He's super correct in terms of his feet and legs. One I really do appreciate the fleece on this one. As we get out here to evaluate, I think it does get a little close in my opinion, but I'll go out and select your champion and reserve valet rams.
Your champion Valet Black Nose Ram for today comes from the senior division, exhibited by Braxton Devlin. Your reserve champion Valet Black Nose Ram comes from the junior division, also exhibited by Braxton Devlin. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 45 Senior Valet Black Nose Ewes in the show ring. Be having those Class 46 Senior Valet Black Nose Ewes ready to go in the show ring, in the holding area, please. Thank you.
As we start the Valley U show out here, there's one that I think wins this class pretty easily, in my opinion. The one that just has the most dimension, the one that is the most level in terms of her top, is this young man's that lead off the class. One that's really square as you analyze her at the ground and carries that width as you go up. The U we got here in 2 is the one I really appreciate the fleece on and the consistency and the luster that this one comes with. Probably second in terms of the class and the most level down her top. When we ask this one to get out in motion, she's fairly flexible. Just doesn't quite have as much dimension as our class winner. A really nice group of U's up there at the top of the class. We got the largest frame one here in 3rd, and I do appreciate her for that. One that's getting a little bit staler in terms of her look. One that just isn't quite as extended as you analyze her through the front 1/3. One that just doesn't quite have the consistency in terms of that fleece and the luster as the 2 above them, but still a really nice individual. We get down here to the UN4, definitely one that's not quite as mature as the ones above us. One I do appreciate the way she's built up through that front front end there. One that is super extended. She just shortens up from flank to flank for me. One that just isn't quite as secure off them hind legs as we analyze her in motion. We round out the class with a bigger rib female, one that is deep from the side, one that's just getting straighter on both ends of her skeleton. Maybe need to touch that neck a little bit higher on the top side of her shoulder, but a really nice class of LAUs.
Placings from Class 45, Senior Valet Black Nose U's. First in the class went to Logan Minter. Second went to Braxton Devlin. Third to Kipton Poe. Fourth to Braxton Devlin. And fifth to Braxton Devlin. We are now ready to show for Class 46, Senior Valet Black Nose U's. Be keeping those first and second place Class 45 U's ringside as we will select your champion Senior Valet Black Nose U at the conclusion of Class 46, please. Also, second call. Classes 47 and 48, Junior Valet Black Nose U's to the makeup area, please. Second call. Class 47 and 48, Junior Valet Black Nose U's to the makeup area, please.
Here in the senior ULM class, we just got 2 out here to evaluate. We're going to go ahead and start with the one that just ties her neck to the top side of her skeleton a little bit nicer for me today. One that is a little bit more level as you analyze her down her top line. One that has a little bit more luster about that fleece as you part it open. taking nothing away from the young man's here in second. One that is pretty level in terms of her lines. One that maybe just gets a little lower in terms of her chest floor. Isn't quite as extended as you analyze in their front 1/3. One that just doesn't handle with quite as much length of loin as our class winner, but two really nice valet ewes.
Placings from Class 46. Senior Valet Black-Nose Ewes. First in class and your senior champion yearling Valet Black-Nose Ewe goes to Braxton Devlin. Second in class and your reserve senior champion yearling Valet Black-Nose Ewe goes to Logan Mentor. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 47 Junior Valet Black-Nose Ewes. There's two classes of Junior Valet Black-Nose Ewes, 47 and 48, so please be having 48. Single entry ready to go in the show arena or in the holding area, please.
Four individuals for the senior champion lineup out here in the valet show. I pretty much got my mind made up, but there's two ewes out here that just have a little bit more overall dimension. They got a little bit more of that show ring look. Ones I appreciate the fleeces on them very highly, tons of luster as you part them open. I'll go out and select the champion and reserve champion in the senior division.
Your champion senior Valet Black-Nose Ewe comes from Class 45, exhibited by Logan Mentor. Your reserve senior champion Valet Black-Nose Ewe comes from Class 46, exhibited by Braxton Devlin. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 47 Junior Valet Black-Nose Ewes in the show ring. Need that Class 48 Valet Junior Single Entry Valet Black-Nose Ewe to the makeup area, please.
As we start evaluating the junior ewe lambs, a young man brings us one that just a little bit better in terms of her structure. One that sets down all 4 feet in the corners that I need to see him. One that's a little bit more secured in terms of the hock. Still has the right balance from the size. Still has the show ring look and a nice fleece to top it off. Young man brings us one here in 2, one that is a little bit longer as you evaluate this one in terms of its loin, one that isn't quite as square as you evaluate from the hip back to the dock set, one that I need to be a little bit more secure and square in terms of the hock when we set this one in motion, but a really nice class of valets.
Placings from Class 47, Junior Valet Black Nose Ewes, first in the class went to Braxton Devlin. Second went to Kipton Poe. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 48, Junior Valet Black Nose Ewe, single entry. So please keep those first and second place ewes from Class 47 ringside for the selection of your junior champion at the conclusion of 48.
Just a single entry, but one that can definitely stand more competition. I love the way this one is made in terms of the balance, the levelness. As you analyze this one down the top, she's got the depth of side I like to see, and yet she's still pretty feminine up through that front one end. We'll reevaluate her as we look out here for junior champion.
Congratulations to Braxton Devlin on your first place, Class 48, Junior Valet Black Nose Ewe. We are now ready to select your junior champion, Valet Black Nose Ewe. From Class 47, first place at Braxton Devlin, second place at Kipton Poe. And from Class 48, Braxton Devlin in the ring at this time for junior champion consideration. We need the champion senior and reserve champion senior Valet Black Nose Ewes ringside for selection of your overall champion Valet Black Nose Ewe at the next.
Here for junior champion, we just got 3 individuals out here. I think there's one that's just a little bit square in terms of the way she sets her feet down on the ground. One that's definitely extended and a little bit more level down its top. I think there's a clear-cut reserve in my opinion, but let's give these kids a round of applause. They brought out a really nice set of valets in this junior division.
Your champion junior Valet Black Nose Ewe comes from Class 47, exhibited by Braxton Devlin. Your reserve junior champion Valet Black Nose Ewe comes from Class 48, also exhibited by Braxton Devlin. We are now ready to select your overall champion Valet Black Nose Ewe. We need the senior champion of Logan Minter from Class 45, the reserve champion senior of Braxton Devlin from Class 46. We need the champion junior ewe from Class 47 of Braxton Devlin. And from Class 48, the reserve champion junior ewe of Braxton Devlin in the show ring at this time, please. This is your selection for your overall champion Valet Black Nose Ewe. At this time, we need classes 49 and 50 Cotswold Rams to the makeup area in ring 2, please. Class 49 and 50 Cotswold Rams to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
These valet exhibitors brought out a really nice set of females. As we get out here in the champion lineup, there's one that strikes me pretty hard in terms of dimension and just having the overall width and the boldness of rib that this one comes with. I think it gets a little bit closer in terms of reserve. There's one out here, I just prefer her fleece a little bit more than the other one. I think this one comes with a little bit more dimension as you analyze her down her top and just has a little bit more show ring presence. I'll go out and shake the hands of your champion and reserve ewes for the valets.
Congratulations to Logan Minter on being selected as your champion overall Valet Black Nose U today out of Class 45. Your reserve champion Valet Black Nose U came from Class 46, also exhibited by Braxton Devlin. Congratulations. We are now ready to show Class 49 Cotswold Rams, Junior Cotswold Rams in the show ring. Beginning those Class 50 Junior Cotswold Rams to the makeup area, please.
Young lady brings us a nice individual here to start off the Cotswolds, one that's super level down his top, one that's got plenty of dimension and rib shape and balance as you analyze this one from the side. One that definitely can stand a lot more competition. Really complete individual out here to start out the show.
From Class 49, first in the class goes to Peyton DeWeese. We've had an add-on, so we have a Class 49A single entry. Begin those Class 50 Junior Cotswold Rams to the makeup area, please. Need those Class 50 Junior Cotswold Rams to the makeup area, please.
Just a single entry in this class. We got a really nice natural buck lamb out here. One that handles with a ton of length as you evaluate him in his hind saddle. One that's got plenty of rib shape and muscle shape down his top. One that when you ask to go, he's plenty flexible enough off them rear wheels. We'll reevaluate him out here when we get in the senior champion drive.
Congratulations to Hadley Mendenhall on your first place Class 49A Cotswold Ram. We are now ready to show Class 50 Junior Cotswold Rams into the show ring, please.
Here in this Ram Lamb class, there's one that's just a little bit more extended. It handles with a little bit more length as you analyze him from the side. One that lays his shoulder into him, just a nickel better for me today. Really nice Ram to start out this class. That's taking nothing away from this young lady's in second. One that does have a little bit more dimension as you analyze this one up at high. One that has maybe a little bit more depth as you look at the lower rib cage of this one. One that just shortens up from flank to flank and just doesn't quite handle that top line as nicely as our class winner, but a really nice class of Rams. So we work into our junior champion Cotswold Ram. We got a natural buck up here that's got plenty of width and dimension as you analyze this one down his top. One that I do appreciate the rib cage that he comes with. If I need to change him, I need to square him up as you analyze him from that hip back into his tail head. Maybe secure him on them hocks a little bit nicely. Buck, we come out of this younger spring class, one that's super extended, super long-sided, one that looks like he's really going to grow out pretty nicely. I think it gets pretty close as we get out here to choose for junior champion, but I'll go out and shake the hands of the ones I just think add the most quality.
Congratulations to Kenzie Meyer out of Class 50 on your champion junior Cotswold Ram. Also, congratulations goes to Peyton DeWeese with your reserve champion junior Ram, Cotswold Ram out of Class 49. We are now ready to show for your overall champion Cotswold Ram. So we need from Class 49A, we need the senior Ram of Hadley Mendenhall. And from from the junior division, we need the champion of Kenzie Meyer and the reserve of Peyton DeWeese. This is the first call for classes 51, 52, and 53 Cotswold U's to the makeup area and ring 2, please. First call, classes 51, 52, and 53 Cotswold U's to the makeup area and ring 2, please.
When evaluating these two on the closest side to me, obviously two that are different stages of their life. We got an older Ram out here, one that is just super level in terms of his top. I love his flexibility when you set him into motion, sets down those feet in all four corners. But we got a younger Ram Lamb out here, super extended, super long-sided, one that I think is going to grow out. I think it does get close in my mind, but I think there's one that just sides with me a little more in terms of correctness today, so I'll go out and select your champion Ram.
Your champion Cotswold Ram today comes from the senior division, exhibited by Hadley Mendenhall. Your reserve champion Cotswold Ram comes from the junior division, exhibited by Kenzie Meyer. Congratulations. We are now ready to start showing Cotswold U's with Class 51 in the show ring. Please begin those Class 52 and 53 Cotswold U's to the makeup area, please. Need those Class 52 and 53 Cotswold U's to the makeup area, please.
Nice group of yearling ewes out here, just two of them. The ewe we're going to go ahead and start with is the one that's the most level as you analyze her down her top line. She's got plenty of rib shape. She sets them feet on all four corners. A really nice feminine place to start up here. I do like this ewe in two in terms of her overall top shape. She's got plenty of rib. Yet again, good on her feet and legs. Just likes to get a little lax in terms of that top line. Maybe quite isn't as straight and as square as you evaluate her out through her hip and into her tail head. But two really impressive ewes in this show.
Results of Class 51 Junior Cotswold ewes. First in the class went to Ansley Mendenhall. Second in the class went to Peyton DeWeese. Congratulations. We now need Class 52 single entry Cotswold ewe in the show ring, followed by single entry Class 53 Junior Cotswold ewe into the show ring, please.
Young lady brings us a really nice individual in this class, one that's super level as you analyze her down her top, one that's got some width and dimension, one that's really up on her toes. When you set this one in motion, she's got plenty of flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. We'll reevaluate her as we move into the junior drive later.
Congratulations to Peyton DeWeese on your class-winning Class 52 Junior Cotswold ewe. We are now ready for Class 53 Junior Cotswold ewes, single entry, into the show ring, please.
A really fancy ewe lamb, all alone in this class. One that's not exactly cooperating too well for the exhibitors. One that I think is going to grow out to be a really nice yearling ewe in terms of the way she's built and the levelness of her top. One that does have some extension, some elegance, and still looks like a female from the side.
Congratulations to Ansley Mendenhall on your first place Class 53 Junior Cotswold ewe. We are now ready to show for your champion Junior Cotswold ewe, which will also be your champion overall Cotswold ewe. We need the first and second place ewes from Class 51 of Ansley Mendenhall and Peyton DeWeese. From Class 52, we need the first place of Peyton DeWeese. From Class 53, we need Ansley Mendenhall. So this client, there's only two out there. This class here, 51, should be a junior, right? By birthday, they consider that a senior, huh?
Those are both springs, or both yearlings.
So senior or junior?
These are seniors.
Okay. Well, she had them marked as juniors.
Two really nice ewe lambs out here for the junior drive. One natural and one white Cotswold out here. I think it does get pretty close in terms of my opinion as we evaluate these for a junior champion, but I'll go out and select the one that I like the most.
Now we are ready to show for your champion overall Cotswold U. From the senior division, we need Ansley Mendenhall with her champion senior. We need Peyton DeWeese with her reserve champion senior. From the junior division, we need the champion yearling of Peyton DeWeese, or champion junior, and the reserve champion junior of Ansley Mendenhall. This is your lineup for your champion Cotswold U.
I commend these Cotswold exhibitors for bringing out a high quality set of females, ones that are really functional in terms of their build, ones with plenty of shape up high as well as plenty of balance as you analyze them in their underline. I think there's one that commands your attention pretty easily out here for champion, and I think there's a very suitable reserve. I'll go out and congratulate the exhibitors.
So senior, junior.
Your champion Cotswold U for today comes from your senior division exhibited by Ansley Mendenhall. Your reserve champion Cotswold U comes from your junior division exhibited by Peyton DeWeese. Congratulations to these exhibitors. This is going to be the first call for Class 54 and 55 North Country Cheviot Rams to the makeup area. First call, Class 54 and 55 North Country Cheviot Rams to the makeup area and ring 2, please.
Just a single entry as we start with the Rams show. One that I can really appreciate for the levelness that this guy comes with. He's got plenty of rib shape. He's right up on those toes when he gets out in motion. He's plenty flexible and relaxed in terms of his spine. Yet he's extended up through his front and lays that shoulder in him quite nicely. A really nice Ram here to start off the show.
First in the class in Class 54 North Country Chevy Rams went to Brock Kessler. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 55 Single Entry North Country Chevy Ram. At the conclusion of this class, we will pick your junior champion. Also, we will also pick the overall champion North Country Chevy Ram.
Again, just a single entry here. One is super massive in terms of his rib shape, really deep in terms of the center portion of his body, and carries that into his lower flank. One that is still tucked up in terms of his chest floor. One that is super level on his lines and gets out and moves around on a nice set of feet and legs. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Brock Kessler, first in Class 55 with your North Country Chevy Ram. We're now ready to pick your junior champion along with your overall champion North Country Chevy Ram. From Class 54, we need a single entry of Brock's. From Class 55, we also need a single entry of Brock Kessler's.
Just two Rams out here for the drive. Pretty easy decision for me, and one that just handles with a little bit more length from the side. Still yet really extended up through the front 1/3, but two really high quality Rams that are structurally correct out here for the drive.
Your champion junior Ram, also your overall champion Ram, comes from Class 54, exhibited by Brock Kessler. Your reserve junior Ram and your overall reserve is from Class 55, exhibited by Brock Kessler. Congratulations. We now need those North Country Chevy U's, starting with Class 56. Single entry senior U in the show ring, please. Begin those Class 57 North Country Chevy U's to the makeup area, please. Also, this is the first call for Classes 58 and 59. Tunis to the makeup area, please. Class 58 Tunis Rams. Class 59 Tunis U's to the makeup area, please.
Two very comparable ewes here in the yearling ewe class. We're going to go ahead and start with the ewe that just handles a little bit longer in terms of her loin for me today. One that is super deep in the center portion of her body, yet still elegant enough from the side to look like a female. Taking nothing away from this ewe here in second. One that is super correct in terms of her feet. One that does have plenty of muscle down her top. One that maybe just gets a little bit more restricted in terms of her spine when we set her into motion, but a really nice pair of ewes.
Results of Class 56, North Country Chevy ewes. First in class went to Brock Kessler. Second in the class also went to Brock Kessler. We're now ready to show Class 57, Senior North Country Chevy ewe in the ring. It's a single entry.
Just a single entry here in the slick sheared class. One that could definitely stand some more competition. One that does come with plenty of muscle as you evaluate this one in terms of her loin. One that's got plenty of rib shape. She balances up pretty nicely from the side as you go from chest floor into her flank. A really nice individual to evaluate again out here for the senior drive. Three ewes out here for the senior champion drive. Two really powerhouse yearling ewes, ones that are super dimensional the way they're made, ones that are super wide and have plenty of depth. We got a ewe lamb back here that's super fancy as you analyze her in that front 1/3. I really love the way that neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. It's tough to get around a couple of yearling ewes that are mature and just have this much power. Those will be your champion and reserve senior champion.
Okay, so 56.
All right, 2-minute timer.
Service time?
$1 for you.
We are now ready for Class 58. Single entry Tunis Ram to the show ring, please. Beginning those Class 59. Tunis ewes to the makeup area, please, in ring 2. Class 59, Tunis ewes to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
Just a single Tunis Ram Lamb out here for the Ram show. One that does have a lot of length of body. One that doesn't that gets out and moves with a lot of flexibility. One that has a bright future ahead of him in being a stud buck for this young man. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Nathan Everhart, on your Class 58 entry. You were also the champion Tunis Ram for today, so congratulations. We're now ready to show Class 59, Tunis ewes. It's the only class of Tunis ewes for today. So this will also be your champion Tunis ewe drive. This will be the first call. First call for Class 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64. Border Chevy at Rams to the makeup area and ring 2, please. First call for classes 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64. Border Chevy at Rams to the makeup area, please.
Couple different types and kinds in this Tunis Yearling U class. There's a larger frame U to start out this class, but definitely the one that has the most depth as you evaluate her in the center portion of her body. One that's super soft about her flank. When we get this one propped up from the side, she really balances out quite nicely for me. Has plenty of muscling down that top, and yet is still elegant and feminine in that front end. We got a U here in two that's not really cooperating for the exhibitor too well. One that does have a really showy look once this one finally stands still. One that just isn't quite as deep as our class winner, but two really nice Tunis U's to lead off the class. Little different speed, the one that we have in third, one that is super long as you evaluate her from the side. One I do appreciate when you set her into motion. She is the most comfortable in terms of that flexible, one that just doesn't have quite as much dimension or width as the two above them, but a really good class of Tunis U's.
Results of Class 59 Tunis U's. First in the class, your senior champion and also your overall champion Tunis U for today goes to Nathan Everhart. Your reserve, second place in your reserve, overall reserve, goes to Nathan Everhart. And third in the class went to Bentley Kennedy. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to start your Border Chevy drive. Starting with Class 60, Border Chevy Rams, single entry. Into the show ring, please. Need those Class 61, 62, 63, and 64 Border Chevy Rams into the holding area in ring 2, please. 61, 62, 63, and 64 Border Chevy Rams into the holding area in ring 2, please.
Only a single entry here in the Chevy Yearling Ram class. One that is super long from that 13th rib back. One that is super level in terms of his top line. One that is really stout in terms of his bone work and square as you analyze him from the ground up. We'll reevaluate him as we get here later into the senior lineup.
First in Class 60, Senior Border Chevy at Rams. Congratulations to Claire Von Behrens. We are now ready to show Class 61 Senior Border Chevy at Rams, 2 entries. After Class 61, we will be picking your champion Senior Border Chevy at Ram.
Nice class of two senior bucks in the Border Cheviot show. We're going to go ahead and start with the one that's just the longest hind saddle, the one that's a little leveler as you evaluate him down his top. One that has a little bit longer neck for me as I look at that extension and then the front 1/3. When he gets stopped and propped up and actually cooperates, it's a really nice ram that's balanced from the side. The buck here in 2 is one that has definitely opened up a little bit more in terms of his forerib. I like the boldness of rib that this one comes with. Is he quite as extended up through that front end? No. I'd like to see that neck just a little bit longer. I'd like to see this guy a little bit more flexible as you set him into motion. He gets a little tight in terms of his spine and his hip, but a really nice class of senior ram lambs.
Congratulations to Class 61. First place goes to Caden Murphy. Second place goes to Deacon Shanks. We are now ready to select your champion senior Border Cheviot Ram. From Class 60, we need Claire Von Behrens with her first place ram. From Class 61, we need that first place ram of Caden Murphy's and the second place ram of Deacon Shanks.
Here for the champion Cheviot lineup, there's 2 bucks that are very similar in the way they are made. Ones that are super long as you evaluate them from flank to flank. Ones that have that neck attached on the right side of the top of their shoulder. I think one's got a little bit of the advantage in terms of stoutness and squareness, the way he sets down his feet. I'll go out and congratulate the champion Cheviot Ram.
Congratulations to Claire Von Behrens on being selected as your senior champion Border Cheviot Ram. Your reserve is exhibited by Caden Murphy. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 62 Junior Border Cheviot Rams. We also need those Class 63 and 64 Junior Border Cheviot Rams to the makeup area, please.
Just a single entry as we start in on these junior buck lambs. One that is super level down his top, has plenty of dimension. Definitely got a wide hip in this guy and takes it all the way back into a good lower stifle shape. One that is still smooth enough as you evaluate him in terms of his blade and his chest floor is tucked up into him. We'll reevaluate him as we work through all these junior ram lambs and bring him back out for junior champion drive.
Congratulations to Claire Von Behrens on your first place Class 62 Junior Border Cheviot Ram. We are now ready to show Class 63 Border Cheviot Ram single entry. Beginning at single entry Class 64 Border Cheviot Ram ready to go in the holding area, please, in ring 2.
Another single entry, but one that can definitely stand a lot more competition. One that's super highly presented, but he's super level in terms of his lines. I like the way this guy is super extended up through the front 1/3. Sits down on a good set of feet and legs. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cheyenne Clyde on your Class 63 first place junior border Cheviot Ram. We are now ready to show Class 64 single entry junior border Cheviot Ram. At the conclusion of Class 64, we'll need the first place Rams from Class 62 and 63 and 64 back into the show ring for your junior champion Ram drive. After that, then we will be selecting your overall champion border Cheviot Ram. So please be having those on standby in the makeup area, please.
A very youthful green Ram Lamb here to round out the individual classes in the Cheviot show. One that is exceptionally long as you evaluate this one in terms of his hind saddle. One I think just needs a little bit more maturing. He gets a little more pinched as on the backside of that shoulder, but one that I think is still super good in his lines and one that can grow out and be a really impressive Ram down the road.
Congratulations to Claire Von Barons on your first place Class 64 Junior Border Cheviot Ram. We are now ready to show for Junior Champion Border Cheviot Ram. Need the first place from Class 62 at Claire Von Barons. The first place Ram from Class 63 is Cheyenne Clyde. And from Class 64, we need that first place Ram of Claire Von Barons back into the ring for junior champion consideration.
For the junior champion lineup here in the Border Chevy, it's kind of a two-horse race. In my opinion, we got one that's a little bit more powerful one that just got a little bit more meat and muscle as you evaluate him down in his top. And we got a younger one out here that's a little bit more elegant. I just love the way this one is built in its front 1/3, just super extended, very youthful, but still really good built. So I think there's a couple different ways you could go, and some other people might switch them, but I'll go out and shake the hand of your junior champion the way I see him today.
Okay, champion reserve. Okay. Your champion junior Border Cheviot Ram is exhibited by Cheyenne Clyde out of Class 63. Your reserve Border Cheviot Ram comes from Class 62, exhibited by Claire Von Behrens. We are now ready to show for your overall champion Border Cheviot Ram. So we need from Class 6, the champion senior Ram from Class 60 of Claire Von Behrens, the reserve champion senior Ram from Class 61 of Caden Murphy. We need the champion junior Ram from Class 63 of Cheyenne Clyde. And from Class 62, we need the reserve junior champion Ram of Claire Von Behrens. This is your lineup for your overall champion Border Cheviot Ram today.
Four really impressive Cheviot Rams out here for the championship drive. I think it is a pretty close race. In the back of my mind, these two closest to me are definitely the ones of the highest quality with a ton of length of body, ones that got plenty of width and dimension, ones that are still pretty enough in the front 1/3, ones that are very stout and good on their feet and legs. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve champion Cheviot Rams.
Your overall champion Border Cheviot Ram comes from the senior division exhibited by Claire Von Behrens out of Class 60. Your reserve champion, your overall reserve champion Border Cheviot Ram is your champion junior Ram out of Class 63 exhibited by Cheyenne Clyde. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to move on to Class 65 Border Cheviot U's. Beginning those Class 65, 66, and 67 senior Border Cheviot U's to the makeup area, please. Classes 65, 66, and 67 senior Border Cheviot U's to the makeup area, please. Also, bring Class 68 senior Border Cheviot U's to the makeup area. Also, bring Class 68 senior Border Cheviot U's to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
Really impressive class, Cheviot U's. The U we're going to go ahead and start with one that's just dead level down her top. One that you set her out in motion. She takes a super long stride and fills them tracks as she gets out and moves. She's still got plenty of body in terms of her rib. She's got plenty of depth of flank for me, yet it's still feminine enough up through that front 1/3. A really nice place to start. We got the biggest U here in second, one that is tallest at the top point of her shoulder. One that does have plenty of center rib for me, one that just shortens up in terms of her hip, maybe gets a little bit restricted as you set her out into motion off them hind wheels, but a super elegant package out here, a really good pair of U's to start out the class. We got a U here in 3, one that is probably the largest hipped U in terms of the class, one that is dead level as you analyze her out through that dock set, one that just shortens up for me from flank to flank, just isn't quite as extended as the 2 up above her, one that just gets a little bit shorter in terms of her hip, but a really complete U here standing in 3rd. We got a super long-bodied U here in 4th, one that I really do appreciate that about her, one that's super deep in terms of the side of her body, one that does balance nicely from the bottom side, one I just need to elevate her front end a little bit more for me today. She gets a little pinched as you analyze her there in her shoulders, and when we set her into motion, I'd like to see her top line handle a little bit straighter for me today, but a really complete U. We run out our top 5 with one that does have a long neck down here, one that's just getting a little bit more out in terms of the point of her shoulder, one that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely from the side, gets a little more broken as you analyze her down her top, but still a really functional, sound kind of view. Congratulations.
Results from Class 65, Border Chevy at Junior U's, or excuse me, Senior U's. First in the class went to Claire Von Behrens. Second, shown by Arabella Clifton. Third, exhibited by Cheyenne Clyde. Fourth went to Caden Murphy. Fifth, exhibited by Sarah Powell. And sixth to Arabella Clifton. We're now ready to show Class 66 Senior Border Chevy at U's in the show ring. Beginning those Class 67 and 68 Senior Border Chevy U's ready to go in the makeup area here in ring 2. This will be the first call for classes 69, 70, 71, 72, junior Border Chevy at U's to the makeup area. This is the first call for classes 69, 70, 71, and 72 junior Border Chevy at U's to the makeup area in ring 2, please.
Really impressive Chevy U to start off this class. One that is the tallest at the point of her shoulder, but there's just so many other things to like about the true dimension that this U comes with, the natural length she has from flank to flank, one that is super high-headed and attaches that neck right at the top side of the point of her shoulder. A really easy place to start for me in this class. We got a really elegant U here in 2, one that just shortens up a little bit from flank to flank comparatively to our class winner, one that is super feminine and in the appropriate condition for me today, one that maybe just isn't quite as square from the hip back into the dock set, but a really complete U here in 2. We got a U here in 3 that definitely handles with a little bit more length as you work into that hind saddle, one that is level in terms of her top, one that just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her front end. She's getting a little bit more out in her shoulder, carrying a little bit of extra condition for me today. We run out the class with a really youthful U here in 4, one that does have plenty of rib shape, one that just shortens up a little bit, and one that just doesn't quite handle that hind leg like I'd like to see it, but a really good class Border Chevy use.
Results of Class 66, Senior Border Chevy U's. First in the class went to Claire Von Barons. Second, shown by Sarah Powell. Third went to J.W. Sims Reasoner. And fourth to Deacon Shanks. We are now ready to show Class 67, single entry Senior Border Chevy U. Beginning those Class 68 Senior Border Chevy U's ready to go in the makeup area. This will be the last. 68 will be the last Senior Border Chevy U class. We will pick our senior champion at the conclusion of 68.
Just a single entry here in the slick sheared class, a really nice complete kind of a female, one that comes at you with a lot of width and dimension, one that's super level down her top. As we work here in another class afterwards, we'll evaluate her more on the senior champion drive.
Congratulations to J.W. Sims Reasoner on your first place Class 67 Senior Border Chevy at U. We are now ready to show Class 68 Senior Border Chevy U's. This is the last class of seniors before we pick our senior champion. So beginning those Class 69, 70, 71, and 72 Junior Border Chevy U's ready in the makeup area. And ring 2, please. And once again, that's Class 69, 70, 71, 72. Junior Border Chevy at U's. We need you to start heading to the makeup ring, please.
Really good class of senior ULAMs. Pretty to start out with this one in this class. One that is definitely the best in terms of her underline. One that is the squarest as you analyze her back from that hip into that tailhead. One that is still super elegant as you look at her front end and the way that neck touches at the top side of her shoulder. You here in two is one that was really balanced and straight in terms of her lines. One I do really like the look from the side of this one. One that just isn't quite as opened up in terms of her skeleton. She just doesn't quite have that overall depth or that lower flank as our class winner does. We round out the class with a bigger ribbed one here. One that just doesn't quite proportion out as nicely for me. One that just gets a little bit more out in terms of her shoulder. One that gets a little bit rounder in terms of her hip, just isn't quite as square as she goes to the ground. And we set this one in motion. She gets a little restricted for me today, but a really nice class of border use.
Thank you, sir. Placings in Class 68. Senior Border Cheviot Ewes. First in the class went to Arabella Clifton. Second also went to Arabella Clifton. And third went to Claire Von Behrens. We're now ready to show for your champion senior Border Cheviot ewe. So we need those first and second place ewes from classes 65, 66, 67, and 68. Into the show ring, please, at this time for your senior champion consideration, please.
Really impressive senior champion U lineup here in the Cheviot show. There's two out here I feel like fit in kind of the same mold. Ones that are ultra feminine but still have plenty of center body, and they got plenty of dimension as you analyze them down their top. Ones that you can ask to get out in motion and move pretty flexibly, in my opinion. So I'll go out and shake the hands of your senior reserve senior champion.
Congratulations to our junior champion Border Cheviot ewe out of class 66. Or excuse me, our senior Border Cheviot ewe out of class 66, exhibited by Claire Von Behrens. Your reserve champion senior Border Cheviot ewe comes from class 68, exhibited by Arabella Clifton. Congratulations. We are now ready to start junior Border Cheviot ewes with class 69. Into the show ring, please. Be having those class 70, 71, and 72 junior Border Cheviot ewes ready to go in the show in the makeup area, please, here in ring 2.
As we started here in the junior U Lambs, a really complete one to start out the class. One that gets out and moves fairly well for me today. One that is soft enough in terms of the center portion of her body, but yet still having enough extension and heighten that front end and be very elegant and feminine. Easy place to start. The one that is the most feminine and the most extended in the front 1/3 is one that sits here in 2. One that is super flashy from the side. Just need to open her up in terms of her rib cage and give her a little bit more curvature of rib and drop her in that flank region. And I think she can run up in the top spot, in my opinion. The use sits here in 3 is one that either goes first or third in this class, in my opinion. One that is definitely the widest in terms of her hip. One that I do appreciate the rib shape that she comes with. Is she extended up through that front 1/3 as the two above her? No, but just a really sound, functional female. Just doesn't quite have enough length from flank to flank comparatively to the two above her, but a exceptional class of ewe lambs.
Results from Class 69 Junior Border Cheviot ewes. First in the class went to Claire Von Behrens. Second went to Arabella Clifton. And third shown by Cheyenne Clyde. We are now ready to show Class 70 single entry Junior Border Cheviot ewe in the show ring. We are ready for classes 71 and 72 Junior Border Cheviot ewes. Be ready to go in the makeup area here in ring 2, please. We are getting down to the end here for today, folks.
Only a single entry in this class, but one that's ultra feminine from the side, one that's super level down her top, one that when she gets out in motion, she's got plenty of flexibility, definitely has a wide hip about her and balances really nicely from the side. Really nice ewe lamb in this class.
Your placings from Class 70, congratulations to Cheyenne Clyde on your first place Class 70 Junior Border Cheviot ewe. We are now ready for Class 71. Class 71 here in the show ring, here in ring 2. And this will be the last call for Class 72 single entry Junior Border Cheviot ewe. To the makeup area, please.
Again, just a single entry, but a super feminine female. One I really love the way her neck attaches on the top side of her shoulder. One that's really good in terms of her feet and legs. It's really good through the center portion of her body, the way she carries that depth into the flank. We'll reevaluate her in a little bit back in the junior champion lineup.
Well, yeah, it should be 72. That was 72 that went in there, and that should be 71. So, because this is the pair of slicks right here. Okay. Yeah, I can. The Crown plays halfway decent. He's a decent enough quarterback to carry it.
Just two entries in the slick class. You were going to go ahead and start with one that just sits down a little bit square for me today in terms of her feet and legs. One that does come with plenty of dimension down her top. One that handles wider through her loin and carries more width as you get to that tail head and lower and into the lower stifle. You here in two, one that is in the same mold as the one above her, one that just isn't quite as opened up in terms of her skeleton, one that I want to see plant a little more confidently on those rear wheels when we set her into motion, but a really nice class slick to Cheviot use out here.
Results from that class. First in that class went to Claire Von Behrens. Second also went to Claire Von Behrens. We are now ready to show for your champion junior border Cheviot U. So we need the first and second place ewes from class 69 of Claire Von Behrens and Ariel Clifton. From class 70, the single entry of Cheyenne Clyde. From class 71, we need the single entry of Cheyenne Clyde. And from class 72, we need the first and second place ewes of Claire Von Behrens, both. This is your lineup for your champion junior border Cheviot ewe. Please be getting that champion and reserve champion senior border Cheviot ewe back to the makeup area for overall champion consideration, please. Thank you. Also, this is the first call for class 73 senior Shetland ewe, single entry, and class 73A junior Shetland ewes to the makeup area. Class 73 senior Shetland ewe, class 73A junior Shetland ewe, be making your way to the makeup area, please.
Really impressive set of junior ewe-lambs out here for the junior champion drive. I think there's one that fits into my mold pretty particularly in terms of the length and still having plenty of body shape, and one that's just opened up in terms of its loin and just level in its design. For a reserve junior champion, I think he gets a little bit closer on a couple that are a little bit different in terms of type and kind. One that is just wider in terms of its base, in terms of its hip, and really rugged in terms of its rib shape. And the other one just really elegant in terms of its lines. One that's just really extended and feminine, but maybe just doesn't come quite with as much rib shape. I think that's the biggest debate in the back of my head, and I'll go out here and reevaluate him for junior champion. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Your champion junior border Cheviot ewe comes from class 69, exhibited by Claire Von Behrens. Your reserve champion junior border Cheviot ewe comes from class 70, exhibited by Cheyenne Clyde. We are now ready to pick your overall champion border Cheviot ewe From the senior division, we need the senior champion of Claire Von Barons from class 66, the reserve champion senior Border Cheviot U from class 68 of Arabella Clifton, your champion junior U from class 69 of Claire Von Barons, and from class 70, the reserve champion junior U of Cheyenne Clyde. This is your lineup for your overall champion Border Cheviot U. Second call for class 73 and 73A Shetland U's to the makeup area, please. Second call, class 73 senior, 73A junior Shetland U's to the makeup area, please. Second call.
Really impressive set of Cheviot U's out here for the champion lineup. Ones that are pretty similar in terms of their type and kind. Ones that got plenty of rib shape or are long and level down their top. Ones that are ultra feminine. Ones that really show off when you get them out here in the show ring. I think it's a pretty easy decision in my mind for champion U out here. It gets a little bit closer for reserve. Let's give him a round of applause. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve U's.
Congratulations to Claire Von Barons. She is your overall champion Border Cheviot U out of the senior division, out of class 66. Your reserve champion Border Cheviot U comes from class 68. The reserve champion senior Border Cheviot U shown by Arabella Clifton. Congratulations. We are now ready for the last breed of the day. We need class 73, single entry, senior Shetland U to the show ring, please.
Just a single entry out here to start the Shetland show. Young man brings us one that's super correct in terms of her feet and legs, one that's super level in terms of her lines down her top. Still has plenty of rib shape about this female. A really nice individual to start out the show. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jude Parker, first place, class 73, with your senior champion, Shetland U. Congratulations. We are now ready for the last class of the day here in Ring 2. This is quote-unquote class 73A, three exhibitors. 73A, junior Shetland U's in the show ring. Please keep that senior Shetland U ready to go in the holding area for your overall Shetland U consideration.
Really nice Shetland ewe to lead off the class. One that is definitely the most square as you analyze this one from the ground. One that handles with the most width through her loin. Just the most level in terms of top line as you evaluate this one. One that does have a nice fleece to top it off. The best fleece one sits here in two. One that I really like as I part it. Definitely one that is a little bit longer body than our class winner. I just like to square her up in terms of her hip into her hind leg, but two really nice ewes. We round out the class with one that's just a little bit shorter made. One that I do appreciate the rib shape of this female. One that's good on her feet and legs. Just needs to lengthen this one out a little bit and have a little bit more character in terms of that fleece, but a really nice class of Shetland ewes.
Results from Class 73A Junior Shetland ewes. First in the class went to Shaylin Simpson. Second, shown by Jude Parker. And third went to Evan Simpson. Congratulations. We are now ready to show for your overall champion Shetland ewe here in Ring 2 today. We need that senior champion ewe from Class 73, exhibited by Jude Parker. From Class 73A, we need the first place junior ewe of Shaylin Simpson and the second place ewe of Junior Parker. Back in for overall champion consideration.
We're getting lined up. Only 3 Shetland ewes out here for the champion drive. Pretty easy decision in my mind. One that's just a little bit better in terms of her overall structure. It's taking nothing away from the other two, but a pretty easy decision. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion Shetland ewe.
Your champion Shetland ewe comes from the senior division, exhibited by Jude Parker. Your reserve champion Shetland ewe was exhibited out of the junior division by Shaylin Simpson. That concludes day 1 in ring 2 of the 2026 Youth Sheep Expo. We thank everybody that's here ringside for hanging around. If you get a chance, please stop and see some of our vendors, whether they're in here or outside at the Sullivan trailer, or some of the vendors that are in the exhibit hall. Please stop by and see them. They'd be glad to see you. Better yet, they'd be glad to take your money. You're leaving at 3:30. So the ladies from Buffalo Springs that are in here, so Mad Dash, they will be here till 3:30. Obviously, Zoe doesn't work on overtime, does she? Sad state of affairs. So stop by and see them. They'd be glad to help you out. They've come and helped support this expo, so please stop by and see them. We'll see you back here bright and early at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.